been a great day. It's been Well, there we go. Hello and welcome to everybody in the chat. Sorry for being late. It's my style. Damn, the style of mine of lateness. It's African time. That's my plea. I live in Africa and I'm set to African time. And it's just been one of those weeks, months. This year has been crazy. Time zones seem to be catching up with me. I don't know how you guys have felt the last 2 weeks since that alignment of the planets. How have you guys been feeling the change around you?
I remember I saw Venus really strongly the other day. It was just like a star, like out of it was just noticeably brighter than the other stars. And I think I understand why people associate that planet with the color green, because it does kind of have like a greenish glow around it. Thought that was kind of cool, and I have a lot of connections with Venus as a planet.
That's so awesome. Yeah, I had a strong connection with Saturn as the planets have aligned. My finances have really come into abundance, and things have really started to line up for this year. Looking forward to become having a really good outlook out of really bleak kind of time last year, where we were just kind of focused on trying to launch some new projects, and it didn't really come into fruition as much as we had hoped, but it was a good experience, learning experience. But so far, we were waiting for a long time for a lot of things to happen and manifest up until now, and they've really started to come into fruition now. So this is really promising sign for us for the year coming here. And we have a new puppy, and we have 2 new vehicles coming in. So there's a lot going on here that's magical right now, as far as like finances and abundance and Saturn kind of aspects and things.
2 new babies in the house. That's so cool. And you're right about the power of Venus. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I see Venus as relating to transformation directly. And I'll tell you why. Because Venus represents the heart on a very fundamental level, you know, our feelings, our aspirations, our connection, our love. And what transforms us more than our feelings and our hearts and our love?
Right.
We will grow for someone we love. You got a puppy, you got a new love in the house. You'll change the whole house for that little baby to make that baby feel safe and comfortable. You know, you get a child in the house, the whole house changes. Oh my gosh. Like, we got to get rid of that. Got to get rid of that. Safety gates, da, 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 da. You know, it's like, it's a whole, everything's not about you. And I find that that's the connection of transformation, is when we're not selfish.
So true. Yeah, I can feel a lot of Venusian vibes from Valentine's Day weekend here. My lovely girlfriend bought me a new washing machine last night. So really excited. We've been out of being able to do laundry since before the hurricane came in September. So it's been a long time. And we're so happy to have things finally come back into fruition now. And we're able to do our own laundry at home now. And it's a beautiful thing. And my girlfriend's amazing. She's a godsend.
Well, welcome to you guys in the chat. Know thyself. Mexico, lovely to see you here. As always, I'm apologizing for being late. That's sort of how the show starts. In fact, that should be sort of written into the beginning of the show somehow. I should have a 15-minute countdown. Says, sorry, I'm late, folks. Maybe you should put some music. Oh, what's the baby's name?
This is Enki.
Enki.
Enki Caduceus.
Hey, buddy. It's a big name to handle onto, hey?
Yeah.
Anki. Ankh, the source of life. And your key.
Magic.
Which brings it into your container, huh?
Oh, yeah. He's the key.
Ankh key. The key of life. Life's key. Beautiful. Well, I hope you guys are all having a great weekend and that you've had a lovely Valentine's Day. Mexico, mwah, the biggest kiss to you. I was hoping to talk to you before the show. One thing after another. Joshua had a sore tummy, had to give him charcoal a little while ago. And then his tummy was feeling better. Then I had to make him the hot chocolate and make him earlier today and spend a bit of quality time with him and burn some frankincense for him. And then his mother had a whole list of needs and she's not feeling well. And it's just one of those. Being a father is one of those things that you're continually on left field, just when you think you got a handle on things, your little boy is like, there's a new thing. It's something for me to get used to, especially as he gets older. Funnily enough, he gets more demanding the more older he gets. Isn't that funny, huh? Like when he was a baby, he was less demanding. But I suppose it was just like routine, change the nappy,
That's how I was a baby when I was young. Then I got more and more troublesome.
Don't say that. But you turned out okay, so that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Yeah, you ended up okay. So if you can end up okay, then
thanks for good NDE. I had a good near-death experience. It turned things around for me. It required surrender on my part.
Oof. I really don't want him to have to go through that. But let's just keep fingers crossed, thumbs held. Give the signs. Hearts to the sky, as my girlfriend says, balls to the wall, and wish for the best,
Well, they say you the mistakes of others, that's true wisdom. But if you learn from your own mistakes, then you learn.
Oh, Mexico's mentioning. Yep. Okay.
Hey, baby.
All right, Mexico, I see. Thanks for the heads up. Mexico's on the case. She's like our early warning alarm system. Like when there's a missile coming, like the beep, 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 the radar's on. There's a missile coming. Deploy countermeasures. So before we get cranking into the actual discussion, let's get to know the crew. Everybody here probably knows everybody, but for those new people that are coming later and you don't know us, this is Indy Sage. I'll just go around clockwise. Indy Sage is essentially a shadow worker, but he's more than a shadow worker. He's a shadow worker because he's been through so much life. He's tasted all sorts of extreme situations and been able to hit the ground really hard and bounce back. And that is the key to shadow work, because life will always put us against the pavement. It will find a way. And when it does, it's how we recover and what do we take from that? Do we become weak and broken, or do we rise up like the phoenix and be reborn from our ashes and look into our darkest corners and find that consistency of heart that brings us to the state of equilibrium where we're able to acknowledge our repressed emotions? Shadow work, Indy, it's his heart, it's his passion. He's also an anthropologist. He's also very much deeply embedded into Taoist and Western occult philosophies and therapeutics. So he's a full-rounded student, very much a student. He loves his books. A while ago, he had an accident with the books. Books got wet. To a Virgo, that's like the house burning down, man. But he pulled through. He managed to get it back together. He rescued a lot of the books. Then we've got our own personal modern John D. He's John D with a twist because he doesn't need a crystal free and loving it. He connects with his guides that happen to be these Fey elemental kingdom spirits, and he has been developing a relationship with them over the last couple of years. He's been channeling a whole system, a language, a system related to the cosmogony and cosmology of the proverbial universe, the spiritual planes, mapping out reality and getting an idea of how the human consciousness fits into this big ball of wax we call reality. And then we've got our newest arrival right now. He is Stein Fox. He's probably doesn't need much of an introduction. You probably know him. He's probably like one of the most prolific podcasters around, because he does like podcasting like wholesale. He normally does like 2 or 3 in a day. He's probably done like 2 today. He's probably going to do another like 4 later on. He's just podcaster. He mesmerizes us with all of the wonderful interviews that he does. He's a pagan, so that means he's also a jarl. He's a jarl of a group of pagans which are from the Norse tradition. So he's very bottled up with Norse cosmology, the philosophy of the ancient Germanic tribes and the tribes of the Northern European ancestors. And he's very much aware of what's going on in the world, very much tuned in, because he basically has, I think he's just about like interviewed everybody that there is. If he hasn't, he soon will have. So each interview is like a study course, really. So it's just opening up the field of knowledge. So we've got a wonderful crew here. I'm the bush whisperer. I'm a local shaman, been embedded in Western occultism, and Asian occultism and shamanism was what I came to last, living in the wilderness. And that's the load of us. If you guys would each say a few words about yourself as we go around clockwise. And it's an honor to be here with you guys. Om Shanti.
It is an honor to be here. Om Shanti. Thank you for the lovely introduction, Franklin. And yes, I have been immersed in shadow work and exploring mysticism for decades. And before that, I was versed in shamanism for another decade before all that. And so and I've always had a mercurial mind, being a Virgo sun sign and having a Gemini rising. I've been watching the shadows on the wall figuratively as I look along Plato's allegorical cave in society, and I've been questioning things my whole life. And it kind of started in the church, where I started to question the narratives of the Bible, suggesting that it seemed to me like a snake offering wisdom is the good guy, and some wrathful, jealous, mean, misogynistic God doesn't seem too good to me. I questioned that when I was about 7 years old and was thrown out of church, and I've questioned things ever since. And for a while, I thought that maybe I was just a little defiant phase in me that I needed to get over. But as things have transpired through life, I've come from a place where I was a misanthrope, and I saw everything was somebody's fault. It's usually the authority's fault. But as I've gotten older and wiser and gone through transformative phases in my life, I've found that this is probably the playing out of Mother Nature, trying to initiate mankind back into her arms. And we've been strayed for a long time. And I feel that a lot of people find it easy to blame the authority figures that are responsible for this society and civilization. But ultimately, the people have the power. And until the people can wake up, we won't take that power back. So as Socrates said, it's better to build a new system than try to fight an old system. And so I've been working through my life to develop new philosophies and new means of sustenance and ways of being, to try to pave the way for humanity to find a better light, seeking for a better future. So it's been a beautiful journey, and my self-transformation has been pivotal in my ability to serve others. So it's been an honor to be able to help others with shadow work as well. And I'm gonna pass the mic on. Thanks, guys.
Hey, yeah, it's Cosmic here. Like Bush Whisperer mentioned, I do work with the Fae and this whole cosmological system that they call Zarfexology. I mean, kind of like, so Indy, I'm thinking about the whole, questioning the biblical narrative as well. That could be like a whole round table in and of itself right there.
Mm-hmm.
But another thing that I've been questioning for a while now too is the idea of timelessness. Now, it seems like in a lot of the spiritual community, there's this kind of notion that eventually, once you get to the ultimate reality, there's kind of timeless. Now, I'm kind of thinking outside the box here with this, and I think that time just kind of goes up exponentially in dimensions. Now, the reason that I say this is because last night, I think I actually found a way to really understand how to perceive this sort of circular nonlinear time. So the way the Fae have everything figured out is through this concept of Zerfaxes. Now, a Zerfax, for those maybe not familiar, think of it as kind of like a if consciousness is what is the universe, think of Zerfaxes as these kind of like these Lego building blocks of consciousness. So analogy I would use, it's like a single line of code in the matrix, and you sort of figure these out. So with time, there are these singular bubbles that are kind of like linear time. So I kind of imagine like a circle with an arrow pointing in a singular direction. And that's kind of like one time stream. So when you're kind of just walking around, going through life, you're experiencing one time stream. But I've noticed that if you're doing something like watching a television monitor, or even having like a discussion like this, you're opening up a second stream. So now it's kind of like there's like a fork of streams, right? So you have two pointing in slightly different directions, but there's still a kind of linear formation. There's still kind of a forward direction. So what I've discovered is that if you multiply this times 8, and you have 8 of these time streams at once, all of a sudden it's very difficult for the mind to kind of focus on a singular sort of linear time stream. So then at that moment, if you can hold it, that sort of perception, time then actually feels like a circle emanating in all directions, and you begin to sort of experience omnidirectional time. Now, my theory is I think a lot of people, when they get to this omnidirectional time, because it's so unfamiliar to linear time, they just assume it's pure timelessness. But I think it's actually like a higher dimension of time that we don't have any ability to articulate. So for me in Zarfaxology, these are the kind of ideas and topics that I explore with this stuff. It's basically kind of like a way to kind of like reverse engineer reality, so to speak. And with that, I'm going to hand over the mic to Steinfox.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me again. Of course, my thoughts and ideas are not as profound, I'd say. Like I am more looking to rediscover traditionalism, rediscover traditional living, traditional thinking, the connecting of the communities, the connecting of the tribes with each other. So therefore, I'm more leaning towards the teachings of Evola, of Carl Jung, and of course the very much the stories of our ancestors, stories of the gods, fairy tales, looking a lot into the hidden history of things. Main example, of course, being Tartaria, and just the numerous amount of rabbit holes connected to that very topic. Because if there's one thing that I have learned is that nothing is what it seems, and what we are told that things are, they are not. They are much more nuanced, or they are just entirely different. So yeah, just a lot of that, actually, like more reality based, more ground based, like more wanting to take care of my people, take care of my family, take care of my loved ones, and create a society, starting with my own tribe, that actually loves and respects each other, and that actually has some morals and values, and at the same time, like debating everyone who wants to debate things, and debating every topic that I encounter. I just on a Telegram group that I follow, I did a whole rant about AI, because that seems to be the main villain at the moment, if you will, and kind of debating that it's a tool, and it's how you work that tool, it's how you use that tool that determines if it's good or bad. And like pulling from my background as a chef, pulling from my background in security, in local law enforcement. So yeah, always trying to stay in the middle, if you will. That's also why the gray horn pagans. I don't consider myself to be dark. I don't consider myself to be light. I can stay in the middle. I can be that middle pillar and look to both sides for arguments. Look to both sides for answers.
Well, lovely, brothers. And yeah, Indy, it's good to see I'm not the only one keeping a zoo. I got a zoo here too, rabbits, birds, dogs. You got the similar thing going on there. You got a bit of a zoo. Nothing wrong with an indoor zoo, but it's not one of those like cage zoos. It's a free zoo. Although I've got a bunny in a cage. Don't like it.
Poor bunny.
Yeah, I've got to keep her in this cage at the moment. I don't know what to do, man. The other bunnies keep biting. They literally ripped her face, man.
Oh, poor baby.
Bunnies are vicious. This is what I keep telling people. People don't know. They think, oh, bunnies. Oh, bunnies. Yeah. You get like 11 bunnies and see what they're like, bro. Like the run to the litter gets like they're worse than dogs. Cats are pretty cool because they don't really fight. When they fight, it's vet bills with cats, right? They don't fight. They just wah, 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 wah. And the clever ones, they're clever enough to go, okay, this isn't a fight. I'm going to win. I'll walk away. When they fight, though, it's because there's two well-matched opponents, and then they both normally get mashed. That's cats.
My cats just kind of bully on this block. They just swat everything.
Yeah, they prolific hunters. Cats. They kill everything that moves. That's the thing, which is cool if you got mice and rats and snakes and whatever around the house.
That's what I got.
But I've got a little petunia here, and she had her face literally ripped off, and I've healed that. And I'm just too scared to put her with the other bunnies, man. It's like the third time now. Oh. Like I've got a feeling that the next time it's going to be serious.
Oh,
they ripped her nose and her lip. Her lips deformed.
Oh man! But the other bunnies did that to her.
Yes.
Oh geez.
This is the thing. You don't know how vicious bunnies can be. The last time I brought her in, she had injuries all over her body, and all over her back. And it's like I had to basically look after colloidal silver, And once again, so I've got one animal in a cage. Don't like it, but the cage door's open.
Did you guys know that squirrels are
on top of a massage bed to give her a bit of a garden space? But I want her to become more accustomed to the dogs. And then I'm going to put the cage on the floor and leave the cage door open,
Do the dogs go right around the bunny, or do they try to chase it?
No. The little one, he's very curious. He doesn't chase her. He's just like very like, oh, this is my friend to play with.
Oh, Pekingese.
Cool. But they know that my dogs are clever. So they know like she's my buddy. Don't mess with his buddy,
Yeah.
I wouldn't let anyone mess with them, so they know like what's the score,
Yeah. My puppy this morning, and the cat was on my lap, and the puppy was coming up, and the cat just swatted the puppy. Said, "Get out of here!"
Oh
my God! Poor little guy. He just kind of got startled. He was all right.
But killer bunnies, that actually gives a lot of credence to the rabbit of Caer Bannock from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Killer bunny.
The killer bunny.
Yeah.
Capable
of leaping at least 8 feet to decapitate its victims.
Do you guys know about the movie Night of the Lepus? You ever heard of that? It's basically a movie from the early 70s, and it's literally about giant killer rabbits. And so basically they're these rabbits just like ripping people up with blood, but they use like realistic rabbits, so they look cute, but they're like gigantic. And
Banicula. Are you familiar with
you just have to it's hilarious, man.
Are you familiar with Banicula, Cosmic?
Banicula?
Banicula.
I don't.
It's like Bunny Dracula. It was a short stories, like little novels. When I was a kid, I was always reading Banicula novels.
It sounds vaguely familiar, but no.
I think they probably based it off of that. Sounds familiar. Sounds similar.
Okay, so let's get cranking, baby.
All right.
Behave. So what are we going to be doing today? We're going to be talking about awakening. Awakening is going to be the main theme. And along the discussion of awakening, we're going to be looking at the empowerment because empowerment and awakening, from my perspective, move hand in hand. Because part of awakening is recognizing one's sovereignty in consciousness, and taking responsibility is a big part of awakening. And with taking responsibility comes a recognition of one's power that one has to exercise, safeguard. And this leads us down roads of ethics and honor, and the warrior code, honor and ethics. It's the bottom line. Like, without that, you can't have a warrior code. And whichever warrior code you go with, whether it's the Norse or the Japanese or the Indian warrior code, or even the medieval warrior code, like chivalry and all of that, it's honor and ethics was the key to being a warrior. So there's something to do with that spirit of the inner warrior that confronts all the challenges and the darkness within ourselves in order to overcome our own limitations. And this brings us into an interesting point of taking a look at how this is rather fundamental. And there are three aspects of looking at this. And from a shamanic perspective, this brings us to looking at these symbolic forms, which is the empowering spirit of the horse, the transformative power of the snake, and the awakening spirit of the eagle. And so along this path of empowerment reaching awakening, there is transformation. And so it sort of makes if you will, three aspects. And I was having some.
Your audio a little
Don't
bit,
forget
right?
that 3 goes into 3, 9. Sorry,
Your audio's breaking up a little bit. I don't know why.
Seems to be something with the connection, perhaps.
Yeah.
No, your
correct
audio.
Wi-Fi. So let me know if it happens again.
It's still happening a little bit. It was starting to fix itself, but yeah.
No, we can't.
Can't hear you that good.
We
Try
can't
to
make anything out, man. It's very jittery, and
I think his screen's frozen now.
yeah.
There we go.
He's
Switch to broadband. Am I
Is he
back?
good. Yep.
We are so
Yeah, I had
back.
to switch broadband. Yeah, man. It's the benefit of having a second broadband. So I was looking at how these three aspects of the snake, the horse, and the eagle add up to these three principles. And I've had this mission about bringing together the enad, the 9, with the principle of 7, the 7 principles of Hermes and the chakras, and reflecting the 3 absolute principles of shamanism, the core principles of the 3 worlds that become this 4th reality, and which is sort of fundamental to all traditions. I think, paganism, Norse tradition, there's always going to be the underworld, the upper heavenly kingdom, the middle world. We are the middle world reflected out into reality. There is like this doorway in that reaches to connect these other 2 planes. So there's always going to be these fundamental 3 principles. And so I was thinking how this relates, these 3 principles of awakening, empowerment, and transformation relates to the 7 principles of Hermes and the 9 of the enad, which is, I think, a really interesting conversation. Though, to kick this ball into play, I thought I'd just throw the ball on the field and see, what are your guys' thoughts as we move into this conversation? Empowerment, awakening, and the transformation that connects these 2 aspects. And then, of course, life, the bigger picture.
Yeah. I feel like there's a big transformation that happens through this whole embarking on awakening. When somebody is in the beginning phases of life, I feel like we're focused on egoism and separation, and we're driven towards the values that are pushed on us by society, finding power and riches. And so people are forced to try to fit in, to try to gain financial stability by getting ahead by competition, by outdoing others, by outperforming others, by taking positions that others were trying to vie for. And in that whole process, we live in denial, and we focus a lot of our problems are oftentimes an external locus of control. And so we don't take responsibility for our issues. It's easier during that phase to stay in denial and say, oh, I have some kind of issues that with this, but look at that guy. He's much worse. He's the problem. So for people in that phase, denial and egoism are kind of the trump cards during that whole phase. And then as the transformation begins, usually with a humbling experience in life, sometimes a near-death experience, sometimes you hit rock bottom and then you're able to climb back up from there. There's different levels of it. But when that transformation happens, we go from focusing our values on riches and power to now finding a better value in enrichment and empowerment. And that's a process that is integrative. So instead of dividing us from the others around us and trying to get us to live on the top of some hill of money by ourselves, it's now starting to allow us to see the value of understanding others, having compassion for others first through understanding yourself and having forgiveness for yourself. Then through that, you can finally understand the connection that you have with others in a different light. And so you can see, once you've been able to find peace in your heart, you can see the values in others better. You'll be able to overlook what you used to judge people for, and then start to see them in a way where maybe you can offer guidance to them if they seek it. And it's an important lesson in this journey to not push guidance and advice on people that don't seek that out too. So we learn a lot of wisdom in this transformation and awakening. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. First, you have to, go through a dark night of the soul. You have to start to open up that can of worms of all this stuff you've pushed aside and suppressed for so many years. And we stuff our emotions a lot, oftentimes the ones that have been demonized by our family or by our society. But when we come out on top after having processed that and finding self-mastery within and understanding and developing joy, inner joy, where that inner turmoil used to be, we can then provide more to society. And there's going to be a conflict when people have become awoken and gain self-mastery. You're no longer going to fit in with the collective that's in denial and egoism. You're kind of going to become somewhat of a target to them. Like anybody has in history, stood against the collective of conformity, like Giordano Bruno or Galileo. If we come into this way of transformation, we're coming into a place where we might be contested. People are going to be jealous of our ability to be able to find this inner joy. And so things can become challenging, but when you've gotten to this place in life, you can learn that these challenges can be seen as a blessing in disguise, and they can be seen as strengthening. So instead of being controlled by your anger and your anxiety, and when challenges and bumps on the road come along, instead of overreacting and making things worse, we can learn to step back and prevent ourselves from emotionally reacting, and then come up with a right course of action that's going to be best for one and all, and start to have forms of catharsis where if we have those negative emotions we need to get out, but it's not socially appropriate, we can find a place where we can go and get that energy out of us in a constructive means. So this transformation can be like tenfold. There's a societal aspect, there's a personal aspect, there's aspects of your occupational life that's going to be transformational, maybe going to a vocation. It's very involved.
Well, it can be very isolating as well. I mean, that is my experience and that of my my wife Firefay. Like a recent example for her, she is still on Facebook. I have no idea why. But she has been recently removed from a group for no apparent reason, and it keeps happening to her. It keeps happening to the both of us, and a lot of times it's because, and I say this without any ego whatsoever, but we are a lot more high-minded than most people, a lot more firm in our beliefs. Our light is a lot stronger than for most ordinary people, I'd say. And that can make it rather difficult to, well, first of all, find people, find groups, find like-minded, and stay in them as well. I mean, that is the whole reason why we started the tribe of the Grey Arm Pagans, because with so many groups and so many other tribes and communities, we got there, and it was good fun. It was a whole lot of learning and great teachers, but then for some reason they flipped on us, and we got demonized and ostracized, and like, at least I got so sick of it, and Firefay as well, that we were like, what, we're just gonna do this ourselves. And like, also in everyday life, it makes it a lot more difficult, because you're almost living a dual life. I love these roundtables. I love doing my own show. I love joining others, on their podcast, live stream, whatever it is that they do. But then I have like a actual life, like separate life next to it. I still need a job to pay the bills. I still need to to do things outside of just this, to kind of keep myself grounded, which can make life difficult, because I want to talk about these high-minded things. I want to have these deep going discussions, but when everyone else in the break room just wants to talk football, I'm not interested in that. I want to talk about the reality of the world. I want to talk about the gods, about different theories that people have about the reality of things, about the reality of the gods. So yeah, it is incredibly freeing to have been awakened, to have a path to walk on. But at the same time, as I said, like, it's very difficult to then like also have to go on living a normal life, if you will, which is probably the main reason why I am doing so much podcasting and doing so much roundtables and live streaming and all of that, because this is what I want to do. These are the things that I want to talk about. I don't care what happened with Feyenoord, AC Milan, and who did what, and what trainer, and who scored what goal, and all of that. I don't care about that. But then, like I said, to come into the break room and everyone is just talking about that, it's like, yeah, okay, like, these are everyday things, and cool, but it's hard to fit in that way, or hard to fit in.
You bring up some very interesting points. Do continue, please, Cosmic.
I was just I didn't really have anything else to say there. I was just saying, like, I kind of like identify.
Oh, and he's gone.
It was saying he identifies. You still with us here, Cosmic?
Yeah, oh, yeah. I thought I thought I had my mic still on. I was just saying how, for me, I think a lot of this with my path, it's kind of isolating, even in like a spiritual context, because when you're really sharding and going down like unexplored territory, it's kind of like there's really nobody there, kind of like going with you on that path into this like deeper level of unknown. Did
you just say that he was really sharding?
No.
I didn't hear what you said. I was like, you said you're really sharding. I was like, what? I thought it's a metaphor.
No, I never said sharding.
My diet is a lot better than that. Okay, thank you very much.
Please continue. I didn't mean it. I just heard this word and I thought my brain was like, what?
But yeah, I think it can be difficult when you're going down a path, because for me it's like I kind of want to unfilter a lot of kind of preconceived notions about not just reality but occultism and mysticism. And when you're kind of doing your own thing, it can be pretty isolating at times, because it's like you have all these different ideas. They don't necessarily I kind of find myself like disagreeing with a lot of people, not just, well, maybe not like in like a controversial way, but I think probably the big thing is like so many people in occultism and mysticism are into everything is one and there is no self and stuff like that. And me kind of going from this more, maybe it's two, it's like you feel like kind of a pariah, like you're going, I guess, but then it's kind of cool though. The upside to that is, I'm thinking that there's a silver lining to the kind of the more hermit path, as it will, when it comes to the occult, because I think that when you're in a space, when you're really by yourself and you're not like in this kind of group or echo chamber, you really have a more fertile ground to kind of explore ideas and explore your imagination and sort of come up with your own concepts and figure things out for your own. Whereas when you're in a group dynamic, you have to kind of conform to the group. You have to go along with the lemming, whatever a group of lemmings is called. You just have to kind of go along with it. And because you're going along with a group, you might not necessarily develop your own kind of nuanced way of looking at the world that's unique to your own perspective. You're just kind of like, aping or parroting, like a parrot, other people's belief systems rather than really cultivating your own. So, as difficult as the isolation is for kind of diverging from the sort of the mainstream sort of paths, there's definitely value in it. And I think that's one of the values that comes from it.
No, you're absolutely right. In so many like occult groups, occult circles, a lot of those are still echo chambers. I mean, I know some, like at least one individual, Nick from the Occult Rejects. There's a reason why he called himself a occult reject. He has been in those groups, those societies, and they're still asking you to conform to a certain set of rules. Well, that is like the absolute opposite of what occult, or occult groups or secret societies or whatever you want to call them, what they should be about. And yeah, the hermit path, it's starting to to become more and more attractive. It's like just the amount of times that I wish that I could just move into the woods or like just have a small shack on the heath somewhere and like just do this and kind of make a living that way without necessarily having to participate in the rest of society, like unless absolutely necessary, of course. Like I fucking wish I could choose the hermit path, man, but I have a wife, I have kids, I have a family that I also kind of need to take care of. So yeah, I understand, but it's so hard to, like in modern days, like in 2025, or what we consider to be the year 2025. It depends on the calendar and on the culture even. It's so hard to be a modern day hermit if you have those attachments.
It's very interesting, and I'm bouncing off everything you guys said. So I'm going to backtrack. I want to talk about the hermit thing that you've referred to, that cosmic. Then I want to mention what you mentioned about community, with regards to Fire Fae, and what you started off earlier when you mentioned you're looking to find a way to merge with the old values.
Yeah,
the indigenous values. And
more
then what
traditional,
Indy
yes.
was Yeah, exactly. And I can see them all connecting. This is all about what the barriers of empowerment. And then what Indy was also starting off with, raising up the points. I can't remember what it was exactly that Indy was saying, but the gist of what I was getting was, that we're basically detracting from our path. We're basically losing our way in this world, and we're becoming blinded. And Mexico sort of made a point while Indigo was talking that sort of stuck in my mind, maybe the natural incarnation of the soul, ego, and its transformation. These moments are hijacked by the machine system. And I think this is exactly what's going on. The consumerism, all of these things that Indy mentioned that pull us away from our values. And it's interesting how that brings us back to what you were saying, because you're looking to reconnect with our indigenous values, which we've lost. And I think the internet has got a lot to do with this. The way that we socially connect, our social networks that have been controlled by corporations with corporate interests, with bots and AI systems and edge ranking to basically control who sees what, who gets to say what, who's censored, how and when, and who gets marginalized. And very often these groups are being managed by bots. I'll give you an example. I'm an admin in a lucid dreaming group, and Pope on Dope, or shall we say Pope off Dope, he came to join the lucid dreaming group, and I couldn't see him in there because I sent him a link. He was keen, and then he wasn't in there. And then I had to go and look in what had happened. Oh, he didn't do the capture, so he was banned. I was like, banned? What did he do to get banned? So who banned him? Oh, the AI system banned him. Interesting, because in this group there's an AI bot that manages, spam. Otherwise, it becomes a crypto sell house because there's more than 1,000 people in the group. So anyway, I had to unban him, and then he could start and come again, and he was able to get into the group. But it's very interesting how this works. And now I know that Pope off Dope has been banned from a lot of groups by these bots because he has shared information that some individuals wish weren't shared. He does a lot of sky to the earth looking, sharing a lot of like, did you know this place is in the desert? Look at the design of that. Look at the design of this city. Look at this. He's always drawing the dots with what's going on there. And he also had this video that he got of an ancient city that was supposedly being excavated, but it looked like it was being demolished. And there was not allowed to be discussed because it's within a military zone, far away from any military anything, but within some military zone within America. So it wasn't allowed to be filmed. But it's an ancient settlement. And if you look at this ancient settlement they found in the mountains, my gosh, the technology, you can see just obviously a drone or a helicopter flew past. They took a video of it, and it was banned from everywhere across the web. He managed to download it and put it onto Telegram, and suddenly his Telegram was shut down his account was shut down because he had posted that in groups. It was removed from all the groups, and he was blocked. He wasn't allowed to speak. And usually those bans are lifted within like days or a week. He was banned for like a month, to the point where he actually closed his Telegram, went away for like a month or two, and then came back, and then it was able to work. Point is, Telegram remembered him. The bots on Telegram remembered him. They remembered that he was posting a video which was illegal because it was a video of an ancient settlement that had been discovered that we haven't heard about, hasn't been spoken about in the news, hasn't been written about by archaeologists, but it's in a military zone, so we're not allowed to know about it. So who decides what these military zones are? And it wasn't anywhere near a war. It was in America. I mean, there's no wars happening in America that there's a military zone that you've got a civil war going on. But anyway, so I think like when it comes to the way in which we communicate online, it's very contrived and very controlled, which is what makes us Mexico is essentially saying, the machine, the system is hijacking us, and they have taken our values of community from us. They have trapped us in this dynamic of we don't know our neighbors because we're all programmed by fear. We need electric gates and fences and walls and locks and keys. Nobody knows their neighbors anymore. I'm lucky where I am. It's a small community. I know everybody in my community, but this is a failing thing. If I move out of Simonstown and I go to another part of Cape Town, people do not know their neighbors. Unless they're in a gated community, they tend to avoid that. So we've become so divided and separated by the establishment. And it's all about consumerism. It's all about programming us towards going out to buy stuff for Valentine's Day, right? Because it's what you do on Valentine's Day. You go shopping. And it's not about taking your loved one for a walk through a field with flowers. No. You got to buy lingerie. It's got to be sexy. It's got to be this. It's got to be that. You got to take her to some restaurant where you're going to sit and eat food that's probably unhealthy and toxic, probably overfried, probably GMO, God knows. So this is where our mentality is going. We've forgotten to just go for a walk on the beach. Like in the old times, Valentine's Day, you go together to the beach, walk on the beach, get naked in the sea. Ooh, get jiggy with it. You can't do that anymore. You get arrested. Look at those two in the sea. What are they doing? Call the cops. The old days would be like, oh, they're in the sea doing their own thing. Let's leave them alone. So, it's a different world that we're living in. And it brings me back to what Cosmic was talking about, how he can see the hermit path being sort of an extension of this, and how there feels to be this need of breaking away. And I think this is what we're talking about. The empowerment, the path to empowerment is when we break away from the chains of societal control and societal programming that has got us locked into this box of perpetual cycles of communication of how we're meant to behave. And when we don't say things that's not in the norm, we suddenly start getting banned from a group because we expressed an opinion that was too unique. We didn't say what everybody else was saying. We spoke about not being alive in a way that other people couldn't deal with it. And it's like, well, people are being sheltered. They don't want to hear about the fact that we're not going to be alive one day. We're supposed to be like, la, blinkers on. Let's just wait because there's a transhumanist agenda that's going to save us and give us eternal life. So I think there's this reason behind why we're not allowed to talk about certain themes, certain things, why we get blocked from certain words. And the whole thing with hermetism, like I feel so blessed and lucky that I made the choice when I was young in the 90s to be a hermit. So I lived my hermit life before this technological age got so locked in. So I was able to be in India and take this little book and go, I don't like this book with my photo in it. It looks much better when it's burning. So I burned that book. But now you can't do that because it's like retina scans, DNA scans. So whether you got that little book with a picture in it or not, it doesn't matter because a camera will look at you and know exactly who you are. So I got to go and live in India and go and live barefoot and go and live in caves and experience that. And the interesting thing was that was where I found that powerful transformation which works with empowerment. And that empowerment brought me to the higher bandwidths of transformation where I started to experience awakening. And this is the thing about awakening. It's like there's bandwidths. You awaken and then you awaken. And it's like you continually awaken to new levels of possibility. And it's like we just expand our consciousness a little and a little and a little. And it's like there's no end to this infinite journey of expansion and awakening, and how this leads us into deeper levels of inspiration. And so this awakening, empowerment, and this transformation, I see this trinity as being like the fundamental key that's really like, we use words like the meaning of life. What is the meaning of life? The meaning of life is to seek personal empowerment that can lead to transformation and awakening. I don't know. Is that simple enough?
Yeah.
Real quick, I have to go. Unfortunately, I have my own live stream. So I'll probably join after again.
Big love.
I'm only doing an hour, so I'll be back. Just got to do my own shit real quick. I mean, you're used to that by now, so.
Well, love you, brother. Big bless. We'll see you back. And good luck with your show. I'm sure you don't need it. I'm sure it's gonna fly. Who are you interviewing?
For sure. Doing another rune reading with Zaralath It's become a weekly thing. We've been doing that for quite a while now, and it's been a lot of fun so far. So definitely going to continue that. So yeah, I'll be back, and I'll try not to steal any of your viewers.
Lovely, brother. And for those of you that don't know, you can find Steinforks's Greyhorns in my recommended channels. This all the recommended channels, all the shout outs. Steinforks, Ronan, Bird Dog, and we've got Indy's channel, which is starting to get content. He's going to be putting more content on there soon, I believe. And we're waiting for Cosmic's channel to come online, but it will. But there are a number of other channels there, that are worth checking. All the channels there are basically, most of them are round table people, really cool channels. So take a look at that. So yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts? By the way, you guys, at looking at these three principles, empowerment, awakening, and transformation, as being like the fundamental driving forces of the Trinity as it expresses itself, the Father, the Holy Ghost, the Christ, the triple goddess, how do you think this applies to the most arcane and occult concepts? Do you guys have any thoughts?
I feel like the empowerment of the horse, the transformation of the snake, and the awakening of the eagle are kind of like responsibilities we have in our path. Like I mentioned earlier, we come into valuing power, and it's like you want to be able to be given like a seat where you're able to sit on top of things and just kind of have that authority. But when people start to learn how to get that power, they realize that you have to be heartless and you have to be disagreeable. And people that are agreeable don't end up getting power. And so a lot of people, when they realize that, they don't really see the value in power as much anymore, or they see that power as somewhat of a burden. And so thankfully that can open up the value of empowerment to those people, and they can start to understand that transformation. So there's a big transformation from going from power to empowerment. And then we also have the awakening that happens after that transformation. So we start with the horse, that transformation towards empowerment with the snake. And then we end up with the eagle, where we've come into awakening and we found a new light. And so I feel like that's like the three stages of shamanism. And it was mentioned earlier that after going through this awakening, you will become somewhat isolated. Now, if we ended up being awakened and then coming into a group, I could see where people could get lost in that group and just kind of follow along. So I feel like this is being catered in such a way that those who are awakening are starting their own initiation, and they've gone into a place of solitude where they can work on their own side of it and then bring that to the big round table of everybody who's working together as a collective globally. But it seems to me like the people who awakened is having a hard time finding other individuals in their direct environment. And this might be for a good reason. Like I mentioned, it can be easy to kind of follow somebody along and hold their hand through this. But when we're creating a new system, it's really not about following others. It's really about seeking a new path and creating abundance of your own to be able to share and trade with others. So I feel like that, although it's somewhat disappointing that when we go through this difficult transformation that we don't end up in like a utopian state where all of our best friends are there by our side, at the same time, we become a person of better substance, because in life, when we follow the ego, we don't really know ourselves. We don't discover ourselves. And by ending up in this path where we have to go into solitude, not only do we discover ourselves, but then we have more to share with others. And it's more unique gifts that have come from the light within, instead of just sharing catchphrases or jokes that we've heard that everybody else has probably heard too. So it's an amazing transformation. And I feel like those three aspects are pivotal.
I was thinking when it comes to the whole idea of awakening and what I think of it, I thought it would actually be better to share a little meme or an image, a little comic I created a while ago that I think kind of like visually explains sort of what I'm talking about, like this. So, what the demiurge thinks he's like, I'm the god of this universe. Nothing exists beyond me. And then what the demiurge actually is, hey, look, there's a bubble with a weird lion guy in it. And so I think this is kind of how belief systems kind of like work, right? So in this upper panel where you see the demiurge, you see this infinite black space that goes around. It seems to stretch, truly infinitely. And he seems like the demiurge has like control of it. Whereas what Zarfexology does, and I kind of realized, is it takes that infinity and it distills it into a sphere that's surrounded by a much larger space. So it's like within this black, there's a kind of a fourth dimensional infinity, but out here there's a kind of omnidimensional infinity, if that makes any sense. So I think of it like, there's this one thing in the original Legend of Zelda where there's a room or a place out in the world where there's like 4 pathways. And if you go left on this pathway, you'll just, infinitely come out the right. And you just go in this like never ending loop. And it seems like you're always going forward, but you're just kind of moving in place like a hamster wheel. And I think that sometimes with certain belief systems, it can feel like they're truly infinite and they can feel like they're truly all encompassing. And to me, awakening is to shrink that infinity so that you can see outside of it. And I guess when it comes to like awakening and seeing the world, in its proper way, I guess that's how I would contextualize it.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, and I think you're like bang on the money there to be looking at like, what does awakening mean? And we've been looking at empowerment from the perspective of what are the obstacles of discovering personal power and becoming fulfilled within a sphere of personal empowerment. And I think we all have a pretty good idea of what transformation means, right? And empowerment, I think we all recognize empowerment for what it is. It's the freedom to choose and the ability to choose. I think there's a big part of that too. The freedom to choose and the ability to choose. Because one might be free to choose, but not have the ability to choose. Right? Example, you've got $1 billion. You got all the choice in the world. You can do whatever you want. But you're too scared to do what you want. Where you could take that $1 billion and say, you know what? Screw world hunger. I'm done with it. I'm done with world hunger. Like, who needs that anyway? What can I do to make that become, I know I'm going to start the biggest company for food production in the world, and all the profits that food production company makes is going to go to the third world in terms of actual produce, food. It's going to feed the hungry. So, there are a lot of ways of exercising personal power, but like one has to have the expansiveness of awareness. And I think that's where we start to look at what awakening means, because I know like it's been characterized as if like you get empowered, then it's a transformation that leads to empowerment, and the empowerment then leads to a transformation which leads to awakening. But I think they all happen at the same time. I think the process of becoming empowered has an awakening that comes with the empoweringness, with being empowered. And the awakening that comes with being empowered drives the awakening, which drives the empowerment. And these are all hanging from a hinge of transformation, which is like Indy so well said earlier, about letting go, about just going with it, about having the courage, the rage of the cow rage, to be able to just flow, even if all of your friends aren't going to be with you, right? Because what you were saying, Indy, even if you're going to have to go out and be on your own, or be ostracized from your community because you're not towing the rope, you're not towing the line that everybody expects of you, but you're following your inner direction, and that will lead you to an awakening that will bring about a sense of empowerment, and that will be your transformation that leads to awakening through empowerment, producing empowerment. So these three things are so woven into the fabric of spiritual expansion that it's very difficult to differentiate them, to drive them from, to put them into a separated concept. So when we then look at awakening, what does it mean? So, okay, the word wake, let's play word games. I love word games. Break down that word. Out comes the hammer, out comes the chisel. We get out the set square and the compass. Whoops, did I say the set square and the compass? Anyway, we get out our builder's toys and we start dismantling the word and build up the word again. So awake. Awake is what we do when there's a funeral, right? So when somebody passes away, we have a wake, right? And so it has to do with an ending. It has to do with letting go of what must be let go of. So when we have a personal proverbial passing away, when these patterns within ourselves fall into the grave, that grave place of recognition where we find our shadow self and we're able to face our own shadow and embrace our own limitations, our own imitations, our own inclinations, which become limiting, then, and we are able to accept all of these, that's when the personal empowerment and the awakening move on this wheel of transformation. I like the way that comes, the wheel of transformation. That makes me think of the tarot card, the wheel. Yeah? So the wheel is quite important for this. And what do we see on the wheel? Right? We see the angel, we see the demon on the card. We see this wheel, which is a chakra, which is turning, which shows us this is essentially transformation. Could transformation not be represented as the turning wheel through what is dark, what is challenged, what is feared, what is loved, what is awakening, what is putting to the past what needs to be in the past, and allowing in the future what needs to be in the future, and allowing the present to be that operation of transition between the past and the future without limitation, by holding on to the things of the past that keep us grinding through the present, grinding into the future while bumping against the furniture of life without that smooth flowing transition of acceptance that can help us know exactly where we belong, sort of like surfing in the sea. It's like, I do not want to go that way. I want to go through these big waves. Well, maybe you should just wait a minute and flow with the current. Let the backwash pull you out while the waves are taking a breath, and quickly get past the big smashes. Yeah, that way you can get pulled into the rip. You can get all the way to the back and quickly paddle out of the rip and be sitting there relaxing, not having used all your energy. Now you're far more productive. Now you can actually catch those big waves because you're not like tired from paddling out against these big white waters that you've got to dive under them. And it's like, traumatizing sometimes. So I think like in life, this is really important. So awakening to me represents the wake, the funeral, the funeral, right? And so when we accept that there's a funeral, that there's a wake, we move with the wake. What does a wake do? A wake is the wake of a wave. A wave comes past and the wave is done. It's finished. Bye, wave. What's now? Oh, there's the thing that moves behind the wave. Interesting. But the wave is gone. When you're in the wake of a wave, there's no more catching the wave. You can't be like, hey, I'm going to catch that wave. No, you can't. You're in the wake of the wave, dude. You can paddle as hard as you want. The wave's gone. So I think like the being in the wake is acceptance of the fact that the wave has passed. It's acceptance of the fact that who we thought we were no longer is. And so that awakening represents what I think Stein was really illustrating so well when he said that, let me try and characterize this correctly, when he said that it's hard to feel a sense of belonging because there's an inherent security that we get when we feel a sense of belonging. And when we don't feel that sense of belonging, we feel vulnerable. And so awakening and vulnerability are bedfellows. You can't awaken without vulnerability. And you can't be vulnerable without entering into an awakening. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I've been thinking about vulnerability a lot lately, and I think it also has to do sort of with ideology. I think another thing you talk about the idea of a sense of belonging and a sense of needing to be part of a community, but I think it's also about power. I think that it's like empowerment, but it's a wrong kind of empowerment, if that makes any sense. I think one of the things I realized is why is it that people just hold on to the certainty of certain belief systems? Because there's a power in feeling and being certain, feeling that you're right and everybody else is wrong, and you have all the answers figured out, you know all the secrets, and it's only a matter of divulging to the public. Whereas being open to the mysterious and the unknown and saying to yourself, maybe I don't know what's happening, that actually takes a certain level of vulnerability to do. You have to be sort of like intellectually sort of vulnerable, because in a lot of ways that certainty is like a suit of armor. And with uncertainty and mystery and the unknown is that there's a kind of almost a vulnerable nakedness to it, sort of like when it comes to sort of going through the world and approaching things. And vulnerability, it's important because it kind of keeps you open in a sense. It keeps you open to different possibilities. There's a sort of a flexibility, in that, and so being able to feel and being able to really understand. Whereas, I think there's a power in the certainty. There's a power in being part of that the hive mind sort of group community. And that, but the thing about ideology and the thing about belief systems is that they're not your own. You realize that when you follow a very specific religion or a belief, or you're in some kind of cult, you realize you're not really engaging your own thoughts or your own ideas. It's almost like there's a script that your mind is running, and you're just sort of following that script. Is no different than applying a code prompt to a computer to make it do a function. So I think having that vulnerability is definitely key to, genuine awakening. I think that's how you can kind of tell someone. That might actually be a good gauge to see who the false mystic is, and who are the charlatans, who are the kind of the cult leaders, the so-called gurus with quotation marks around them that are, not really savory. Is that there's a lack of vulnerability that comes from them. But you have to look at, there's different types of vulnerability. There's that emotional vulnerability, but there's also intellectual vulnerability. There's the emotional vulnerability, feeling pain, feeling discomfort, but there's also the intellectual vulnerability of admitting you're wrong, admitting you don't know, admitting you don't necessarily have all the answers to things. And I think that if you find someone who claims to be a guru and they don't have vulnerability in either the emotional or the intellectual category, or perhaps one or the other, I think that's good grounds to be somewhat skeptical and suspicious of that person. Because I think that people who are truly awakened, or people who are, truly with it, one of the people who I think was probably someone who was genuinely, kind of awakened, like someone like Mr. Rogers, just that lack of pretentiousness. I think that is, to me, what I would consider someone who's like awake and kind of or that lack of pretension, that lack of they're not even trying to prove that they're, egoless, or that they're even trying to make you feel guilty for being egotistical. They're just, they're just chill, and they're just loving, and they're compassionate, and they just make you feel good to be around. So, and I think that sometimes, and I think that's one of the things about people like that, like your Bob Rosses or your Mr. Rogers, just that kind of that that sort of that vulnerability, that lack of pretense to sort of, you know, be open to the unknown and be open to different experiences, and getting away from the sort of the drug-like addiction that is certainty, and, you know, having the feeling like you have all the answers, and having that power, and feeling like that's kind of like what I realized why people are so attached to religions and ideologies in a video game kind of context. It's like having an invincibility cheat code on, where you're just intellectually invincible and nobody can take your ideas down because you basically refuse to admit you're wrong. And I can see how that can be really like addicting, and people would want to feel that way. But I think, like both of you guys have hinted at, it's like you have to be honest with yourself, and you have to, you know, face and deal and cultivate that vulnerability within. Without that vulnerability, you know, you can't truly grow. You're just going to, you know, create a kind of a facade or an illusion.
Yeah. And I think also there's an element of vulnerability to being humble about one's own opinions. So, like, if you are certain that what you know is the only truth, and you're not willing to hear any other sides of the truth, any other opinions, any other theories, any other perspectives, it's not really going to be like people are going to want to really listen to you, because you're not listening to them. And so when people are willing to be vulnerable to a point where they have their principles, they have their beliefs, but they don't have to guard them and hide behind them, they can explore other ideas. When people can think, oh, I personally feel like the gods are from Earth, and that they may have gone to an inner Earth sanctuary, but that they're not from the stars. And other people might say, oh, they're most certainly from this star, and they genetically engineered us. And so if you say, oh, I don't believe in that, I'm not going to have this conversation, you're not really sharing anything with each other. You're just, you know, talking to a wall. And so when people can have this understanding where I might be wrong, but this is how I think things are, you have the possibility of being able to listen to somebody and having them be heard. And so when people can come up with an idea that is a bit compelling, and you might think to yourself, well, I don't necessarily believe in that yet, but I'm going to look into that. People feel heard. They feel like that what they've mentioned was of value, that they were shown gratitude for having shared their opinions. And so I think even if you don't really want to believe in something, I think it shows great merit in vulnerability, and the ability to be respected for listening to others, and for understanding them, just to consider the possibilities of their perspective. And so I think there's something to that.
I think you guys are both making really brilliant points. And I love the example you put there about did the gods come from this planet, or did they come from the earth? I always think that the truth is never a simple one thing. Yeah. I think there's always they're probably both true in a different context.
Yep.
You know, there's probably room. And this is the interesting thing about things. You think you know something true, and then you realize actually there's also this. They all sort of fit into each other, and all of these stories come from some grain of truth. And like maybe there wasn't just one group of gods, you know, maybe there was like a whole medley of them, and some of them came from the inner earth, and some of them came from that planet. And like, you're listening to the stories from those ones who came from those planets, you're listening to the stories from these. But like, well, if there were gods on that planet, why wouldn't there have been gods on this planet? If you really think about it, there must be room for all possibilities. I think it's so true. You know, we tend to want to fight for our own truth. And I think that this is part of this like dangerous culture that we're emerging from, this culture of absolution. And Cosmic, dude, I had to actually drug-like addiction. What was it?
Drug-like addiction of certainty.
Drug-like addiction of certainty. That's going to have to be a roundtable like discussion in itself. It's so beautiful. This drug-like addiction of certainty. It's like you should write a poem about that, really, because it's like I think it epitomizes modern science, religion, politics. Politics is about this group of like, no, we know about the left. And the other group, no, we know about the right. And then the ones in the middle, no, we know that it's just a division of left and right. Which one are you, left, right, middle? Does it matter? Is everybody right? Is it like the left right? Yeah, they're right. On the right, yeah, they're right. Are the ones in the middle right? Yeah, they're right. They're all bloody right. We're all bloody right. What a concept. And I think this disconnection that we experience, and as you were saying that you started off with Cosmic about this vulnerability, I think that that's beautiful, beautifully put as well. That certainty. Okay, so what is certain? So the word tain comes from garden, right? Germanic roots, Anglo-Saxon roots. So tain means garden. So cert, tain. So this is a cert, which is somebody has asserted and put it down on to make it certified, right? So it's been asserted that this is the garden path we get led down. So to be certain means I've already chosen the official garden path that I'm being led down, and I'm leading you down my garden path. Effectively, that's like what certainty is. And I think like you say, now we're getting into the real nitty-gritty of the deep dive into the underground of empowerment and awakening and transformation. When we are certain about the nature of reality, how much room is there for the imagination, that childlike quality within us that wants to explore the beauty and possibilities that are around us, right? No, I know what reality is. Do you? People ask me, do you know if the earth's flat or round? And I'm like this. I think it's flat sometimes. I think it's round sometimes. I think it's concave sometimes. I think it's all just a revolution of consciousness projecting through this physical form of experience, a reality. I think maybe it's a bit of a, what do you call it? A matrix. Maybe it's being rendered like a computer program. It must be a simulation. Like, to me, they're all true. And people go like, well, how can you accept that they're all true? Is that like ethical? And I'm like, well, I don't know. All I've got to go on are my own experiences, and this is what I've got. But the feeling of not knowing what's the fundamental truth makes me quite excited about the possibility of discovering how this consciousness expresses reality. And so I feel like I'm a little child. It's like an adventure. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? All of these divisive arguments of
I think there's actually a kind of a way to sort of explain how a lot of these beliefs can be simultaneously true at the same time. Because I think when going back to the whole oneness thing that I mentioned before, one of the things that happens when you think of the universe as being one is that you start to look at reality as having a central omega point, a single central omega point in which all action and things arise from. Now, obviously, if there's only one omega point, that means that some things are going to be true and some things are not going to be true. But what Zarfexology does is it makes you realize there's this extra space where there are other omega points and each one of these omega points creates a sphere called a Zarfex. And you look out and there's these Zarfexes, going from as far as your mind can comprehend. But the idea is that you take belief systems and worlds and you make a sphere for them. So the way you would say, if there'd be like a round earth sphere, there'd be like a round earth bubble, you'd have a flat earth bubble, and they all kind of exist. And so I would think of it, it's like, let's say the Zarfex is made of 100 bubbles, just as a kind of like, really it would be more like trillions and like a number pretty much incomprehensible, but let's just say for the sake of argument, it's 100, just so we can kind of, conceptualize it easier. So the way it's kind of like a consensus where it's like, if you have 95 bubbles that say that the earth is round, that Zarfex is going to be more geared towards the earth being round. But then you have 5 Zarfexes of people who say it's flat. And so that space of 5 Zarfexes still exists as its own coherent space, but it's not necessarily reflective of the whole space around it. So I think of it like everything is true within this sort of this little sphere, this little crystal ball, I have in my hand right now. But it's the truth that exists within the ball is not necessarily reflective of the truth that exists outside of the ball. So let's maybe think of I'll think of like a snow globe. Those things where you got like the little town, there's maybe a little house, and there's a little like snow. In that snow globe, it's true that it's snowing outside. If you lived in that kind of like universe, like in a snow globe, but outside of that snow globe, it's not snowing. Maybe it's summertime and it's sunny outside. So in a sense, because then you would think, well, how can it be winter outside and summer outside at the same time? And that's how I kind of conceptualize the idea. So it's like it's small bubble truths versus large bubble truths. So it's small truths and large truths. So small truths are truths that are relative to the sort of coherent dimensional space that it's in, whereas larger truths kind of reflect all the spheres that exist around it. And I think sometimes it's, good to kind of like parse out small truths and big truths. And that's another thing I've been kind of thinking about lately. In regards to thinking of things in terms of space rather than having to figure out what is the correct nature of the omega point.
That's fascinating. I never considered the large versus small truths. It's an interesting discernment. But I think personally, I feel like as the transformation occurs, we start to notice that in the beginning phases of our life, it's more about me being right and you being wrong. And so people value being right and being found out to have been right when other people were questioning them. But as we go through that transformation and then we go from egoism into integration, it becomes more exciting to be able to integrate other perspectives in your own into a greater world perspective. And so that by that, you're not dividing yourself from those people, you're uniting with them. And not only are you uniting with those people, your whole basis is on the idea of connecting your two belief systems instead of shutting one down. So I feel like that is a really exciting thing for people when they've gone through that transformation. And until you've gone through the transformation, it might be hard to even imagine the idea of trying to integrate perspectives when you're coming from egoism. And so it's a frustrating conversation when you're trying to talk to somebody and they have a brilliant perspective that you want to integrate into your own, but they just don't really see how your side of it could fit into theirs. And so I think a lot of people would sometimes take offense to this at first glance, like, oh, I see the value in theirs. If they don't see the value in mine, then there might be something wrong with mine. But people don't always consider the fact that we see usually a reflection of ourselves in others as more so than we see them for their true light. And so if you see other people denying your ideas and you are waiting for that validation, I think a lot of times when you're coming from a place of seeking integration, validation should not always necessarily be necessary. And if you have good intuition, you should know that even though other people aren't able to see the big picture, that you know it's there and you know that it's truth. You don't have to push that on people if they're not ready to accept it. And apparently the Gentiles are not really allowed to know a lot of the guidance of the Hebrew system, but they are allowed to know a few of the basic steps, like to not steal. And so to not steal means not only to not take a physical objects from someone or somewhere, but also to not use your time when you're at work doing something you're not being paid for, or having a conversation with somebody that doesn't want to hear what you're saying. So that is considered to be a thief, according to Hebrew principles. And so when you're talking with people that don't understand your great perspective, don't feel diminished. Don't feel diminished. And you can still integrate their perspective into yours and do the right thing.
That's such a wise insight, brother. That's really good advice as well. You know, it's so easy to forget. And I've had he's not here yet. I wonder if he'll be here. He might not be back because I kicked him out last night.
Oh, shoot.
The trasher. The trasher.
Yeah.
He's like a flasher, but he flashes trash. And like he's been following me around on Telegram and harassing me, like or trying to. And some part of me is like, my God, if this guy was like face to face with me, I'd probably just like give him a clip on the ear and say, dude, like leave me alone, you know? But like it's well, there's only so many times you would ask someone to leave you alone, you know, like, okay, back off now. Leave me alone. But it's interesting how like I've looked at this experience and like there's actually quite a lot of empowerment that comes from this when I look at it objectively. Like you say, looking at it going, well, actually, this extreme criticism of me actually gets me to really look at myself again. And I'm like, well, that's interesting. I'm questioning myself on new levels. Like I thought I was done questioning myself on those levels. Wow, let's take a look, you know? So there is a strength that can come from adversary.
Yeah.
Even if it's like the intellectual adversary or whatever kind of adversary. And I think that's what brings that inner warrior impulse out. The inner warrior's impulse is first like pounce, rah. But then the inner warrior can be like, hold on, let's control my own space. Let's just defend my own vehicle, you know. Let's get out of the way of those things. Let's move them. Let's move it that way. Let's move it that way. Oh, don't want it to touch the nose. Don't want it to touch the jaw. Don't want it to touch that. So the, you know, deflection. There's a powerful tool of deflection when it comes to conversation that like I think maybe is being insinuated here by your notion, Indy, is that like you don't have to take the bait. Somebody attacks your idea, you can be like, oh, okay, that's your opinion, great. But what were you saying? You know, let's get into what you were saying.
Yeah.
You know, oh, that's interesting. Oh, you're attacking me there. Yeah, no, that's cool. We'll move that there. But what you said about that, what do you think about this? You know, there's always something, and you will probably break through 80% of the time with people. Like you'll realize, hey, oh, so you're actually saying that. Do you know that that's actually what I was saying? They'll be like, really? Yeah, we're just saying it with different words. Oh, wow. We're saying the same thing with different words. So we're not actually at odds. We're not actually at odds. You know, it's interesting how often that can happen. And I do think that this is a serious blockage that we probably all have to struggle with because of our society. So, okay. Oh, this is the heavy stuff. Right. So society wants us to move into autopilot or based upon the construction methods, right? Construction methods is you got to be
starting to break up there, Franklin.
A little bit. Franklin, your voice is breaking up on the mic over here somehow. I don't know what it is.
Okay. That's still
sounded like before, like when you're
okay. I'm going to switch.
Okay. Say hi, Peanut. Hey, everybody. Peanut's a daddy now.
I had to switch, but yeah, I think that like I'll try not to be too long mouthed, and I'm sort of losing my thread here, having to switch internet connections. It's getting annoying. I got to actually talk to my company, but you know, the whole idea of being in a state of equanimity and something between the macrocosm and the microcosm, something about what Cosmic was saying earlier that's sort of sticking in my unconscious a little bit, where you were talking about this oneness and being in this clique of oneness, but at the same time being a pariah, you know, like not being in it. I can be like that. I can be like with people who are like, they know the world's round, and I'm like, well, there's validity here. I'll be with people who know the world's flat. Well, there's validity here. People who know the world's concave. Well, there's validity here. You know, there seems to be a mountain of evidence for each concept. Okay, some concepts seem to have more evidence than others, but there's this very interesting paradigm. And so when we start to look at the worldly affairs here, right, they want us to be in an autopilot mode. They want us to pick a side. I am a this, I am a that. I am into spirituality, Reiki, meditation, or I only believe that the brain is all that brings consciousness into body. There's nothing else. When you hang your flesh puppet up, that's it. Tapped out. No more story. So we're continually being pressured into choosing sides. This belief, that belief. How do you dress? I'm a rocker. I like rock music, or I'm into like dance music. I like funky kind of clothes, or I'm into like I wear a suit and tie because I'm a Mason, and I'm proud of my financial direction, or like, whatever it is that we're doing. We've been driven, be it fashion, be it the choice of our music, be it the kind of social spaces, hangouts that we go to, be it pubs, be it chat rooms, be it the groups and societies we're attached to, be it online, be it in actual life. And so we're continually being driven to be part of a group. And in that group, everybody's being driven into, you're in this group. If you speak out of tune within this group, you'll get pushed out of the group, one way or another, somehow. There's this subtle undercurrent that is this part of our social conditioning engine. And so we're becoming more bot-like. And then we're busy. We don't have time. And we have to work all the time. We have this. And then life has become unduly complex, right? Matters are not simple anymore. Everything is complex. Undue complexity of this and that. Like, how many bills do you have to pay every month? What do you have to do? This, that. There's a lot of things to think about in your day-to-day. Where in the past, it was like, you wake up in the morning, how are the crops? The crops are pretty good. Crops are good. We're all good. Right? It was simple. How's the farm looking? The farm looks good. We look good. Oh, the farm's not looking good. We're working overtime this week, everybody. That's sort of how it used to be. I think like we've moved away from that simplicity of hard work to the complexity of laziness. How would you guys put that into a context?
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely a thing. But I feel like also part of that, the motivation to work hard came from the fact that our economy used to work and that people were able to make a living and have a home. And now I feel like there's really not that much motivation to work hard, because even after you do work hard, you're not really rewarded. You're almost punished for working hard. And so I see why a lot of people have taken the perspective that becoming disabled or working the system is a better option than trying to really struggle to even make ends meet. But I don't feel like personally that that's necessarily the right answer. I feel like when people are being paid to sit on the couch and they feel like they've escaped the system, they've kind of lost a lot of their purpose in life. And if they have passionate habits, that's great. But if they don't, you can really lose yourself to just conforming to a lost system and sitting in front of a screen your whole life when you feel like you've made it, you've won. But I feel like even if you are in a situation where you're disabled or you get a check and you're on a fixed income, you can always volunteer and get involved in your community. And I don't think a lot of people see the value in that as much as they could. But, there's... Yeah, go ahead.
No, do continue. I just want to remember the disabled story. But continue, please. I'll remember.
But yeah, I feel like when people are trying to work hard right now in today's society, I personally, I'm a Virgo workaholic. I enjoy to work just to get all that energy out that I have. It's cathartic for me. And I love to be able to do something for others in my community. And then at the end of the day, it makes me feel better to be able to sit down on the couch and relax and maybe light one up and just celebrate the hard work I've done, And I feel like when I haven't been able to have that behind me, I feel overindulgent, just trying to sit around and enjoy life without having really done anything for myself and my community. So there's a lot of things going on with that right now. But I think some of us really do value working hard, maybe too much to the degree where they're workaholic like myself, and they don't spend enough time on their own personal passions and projects and creativity. But but that can also branch out and help you return to your creative aspects. I do a lot of landscaping, and that I do some stone masonry, and there's a lot of it's an art. So by doing a lot of that, it kind of recapitulates my creative spark, and it can help me get back onto that groove where I can get away from working too hard and go back into working on my own life a little bit more.
Yeah, that's so on point, brother. You know, we've got to have something like a vocation moving us. It's got to be, what we do has got to matter to us somehow. And like everybody, a lot of people stuck in the 9 to 5, and they just do it because, well, I got this job. I went to university, came out of university. I could get this job. I got the job. There weren't many jobs, so I stuck with the job, and I'm with that job, and that's what I do. It's okay. Do you like it? No. I feel like I'm chained to a desk. I hate it. There's a problem with that. There's something fundamentally corrupt, like on a spiritual level, about giving one's power, losing one's empowerment. Better to go through financial challenges and do what you feel you love, and maybe live within smaller means, but still be able to wake up in the morning and you go, you know what? I'm going to enjoy what I'm doing today. There's something incredibly powerful about that personal empowerment. And so this is very interesting. This sort of brings me to a very crux point, what you said about the role of what I was talking about, the roles of NPCs and how we get trapped into NPCs. And what you mentioned was like electric, Indy, about how many people have chosen to just tap out and play the system, right? I mean, many people haven't. But people have become complacent and they go like, well, I am struggling. So, you know, it's not easy. Yeah, I'm going to go to a therapist. Yeah, I'm going to get categorized as like, I can't cope with this. It's too much for me. I'm disabled. Ever since the arm prick adventure, that has become like an even bigger thing. A lot of people are getting handouts from the governments and grants. What does that do? That causes complacency and laziness, fundamentally. And then where does that take people? It takes people down the road of moving away from personal power and empowerment to feeling that they are like dependent, because they become financially dependent upon the government and the system. And that takes people away from being able to follow their own direction, which means that they become an autopilot on some level, right? Because they just got to play the role that they got to play the role to get the funding, right? So, you know, like if you're saying that you're suffering from this and that, and you can't just go out and go skydiving if you feel like it, because they'll see and you go, you went skydiving last week? Yeah, I loved it. It was so much fun. And then you climbed the Himalayas. Yeah, it was great. What are you on benefits for? Got all this energy to go out and do all this cool stuff. No, I've got to stay at home, and I'm like, I'm depressed. I can't work. This is too much. I go through the world. This is so hard. I've got these issues, emotional issues. I'm having a hard time adapting to the world. So this is what's going on, and a lot of people are using the benefits, but, and here's the crunch, and I felt my heart contract when you said what you said, Indy. Because what's one of the big things that's going to happen with Trump? And I don't know who's the reach around. Who does the reach around? Is Trump the guy who does the reach around, or is it the trumpeter, or is it the musketeer? We've got the trumpeter and the musketeer. They're doing this very, hey, jiggy 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 dance for the two of them. They're together in the proverbial shower of life. And someone's getting a reach around. Someone's reaching around. It's hard to tell which is which, but the two of them are up to some kind of a, like, let's get funky with it. And the budget cuts, transformation, money.
Yeah.
What can we expect? So how many people in America, since the arm prick adventure, especially, but even before that, but now it's become an epidemic, are relying on government aid? Right? Now they are going to find, according to their goals, $1 trillion. Where are they going to find $1 trillion? Well, they've got a lot of things on the go. How much of benefits are going to be cut for Americans? And when England sees that America's done this and that they've freed up $1 trillion or $500 billion, like or 500 billion or hundreds of billions of dollars, what are they going to do? And when England does it, what's other European countries going to do? They're going to think, well, we got to keep up with them financially. We better do the same thing. Is this a new trend that we can expect? And how many people globally are basically existing because of benefit assistance? Or what happens when those benefits get cut? This makes me think of the USSR and people standing in a queue for bread. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a troublesome situation. And I think a lot of people, like you were talking about earlier, want to end world hunger and just allow people to have the ability to have food without having to work for it. I feel like there's an aspect to human nature where when we get something for free, we want all we can get and we don't want to give anything back. And I don't think that's necessarily a good aspect of human nature. I feel like what we want to do is we want to be able to show that we can do something, be able to get something, like maybe do 1 hour of community service. Now, maybe if you're like bodily disabled, you could do something on a phone, or maybe you could come up with something you could do. But I feel like we could all do something. And by doing something in order to get a reward, it's a completely different scenario than trying to work somebody over, manipulate, or exploit something for free. And so the whole feeling of getting something for free could lead to you wanting to steal from people because you don't have to give anything, you're just taking. And so I feel like it's inherently wrong for people that are giving to just want to sit down and receive like that. And they're going to want to be able to share what they have when they get it. So that's like a different scenario. Now, for the people that are sharing of what they have and the people that want to work for what they have, I feel like they're in a place where they want to do something for others and they want to be rewarded for it. And it's a rewarding situation on both sides. And I feel it's more rewarding to help others than to be rewarded financially, personally, to me. There's something about it where you might not get anything back or even the gratitude that you receive. But if you do just get gratitude, I feel like that's the better payoff than money. People show that you're worthwhile. They're saying that they're thankful for you to help them. That's a good feeling. I think some people might not be able to vibe on that as much, but most people, I think, will. What do you guys think?
Yeah, man. That's an interesting perspective, and that whole gratitude, it's an infectious thing in a positive way. And gratitude sort of is what drives awakening in a way, because when we become grateful, we start to see the positive potentials, and the positive potentials, that's a transformative process. Gratitude is a transformational process, the very act of gratitude, which then becomes empowering because one now feels, well, before I thought the glass was half empty, I see the glass is actually half full. Wow, that means I can actually do something positive, which then adds to the sense of awakening, to the realization, well, I actually can do something. I'm not just a victim to this world or the system. So there's a whole inner sort of process unfolding with that gratitude, probably one of the most profound and important and powerful tools that we can use along the path of awakening and transformation. And I think that this is like really where we're at this point, where, like you say, a lot of people are going to be having to change. Yeah. They're going to have to start realizing that the free lunch can only go so long, because financially the world isn't in a position for the free lunch. And a lot of people are free lunching it, especially in the first world. In the third world, free lunch works different. Here in South Africa, free lunch involves, do you know someone in government? If you know someone in government, it's like, free lunch, buddy. And it's like, psst, someone's looking, free lunch. Psst. You know, in America, it's like, sign this document, please. We'll give you a free lunch. In South Africa, it's like, psst, meet me in the back alley, free lunch. You know, but the free lunch is still a free lunch. Here, the politicians, their families and friends and all of that are free lunching it out. And if you want to get a contract, you got to go to someone and say, hey, psst, free lunch. And they got free lunch back at you. So it's like a free lunch back street trading. It's like, you know, meeting a naked guy in the back dark alley who's got things in the pockets for you. He flashes you when he sells you something you probably shouldn't buy. So I do think that like, you know, like you say, that the whole gratitude story is really it's going to kick in for a lot of people when they realize what they've had. Right. And what is the goal behind this? Okay, so one of the things that's been funded, and this is hundreds of billions of dollars. I want you to imagine this. One of the things that's been funded hugely by the US government and the UK government and higher European governments and lots of Western rich governments has got to do with LGBT. So I was looking at the lists that Trump and the trumpeter and the musketeer, because for those of you that don't know, Musk has basically got the site running, the Deutsch site, where everything that's being done in real time is being transparently shown. So we're told. But it seems like it's very much more transparent than what we've ever seen in the past. Let's put it that way. So people can see what the money's been getting spent on. And so there's like, you know, they want to cut the spending of like 50 million a year to this group, 100 million to that group, 15 million a year to this group. And there's like hundreds of these groups, and it starts to add up to hundreds of 15s of millions, and like maybe, you know, $500 million or something, or probably more, maybe like $1 billion or billions. And that's just one government. And then you look at the UK government and other governments. By the time you start adding it up, we're talking hundreds of billions of dollars have been given. Now, let me give you an impression of what I'm talking about. I met a gender change person who had become a lady in a shopping center. I don't go out very much to shopping centers, but the last time I went to Fishhook in the shopping center, I met her. Well, I know I've met her a couple of times. I've seen her when I've been back there. We have a chat. She's lovely. She's friendly. And but anyway, I asked her, so how did you get the money for it? You know, if you don't mind me asking, because like, you know, working as a cashier at a till, you don't earn that much money, and the surgery costs a fortune. She was like, no, it was funded. I was like, oh, cool. So the funding for the operation and everything was paid for, probably out of all of these billions that are coming from first world countries that are now going to be cut. And the drugs that she has to take every month in order to stay gender changed, right, are being subsidized by this funding. So how many millions of people are now going to be without the drugs that they need? They've been encouraged to change their gender, right? The money was made available for the operation. They've been getting a free ride, right? They've been getting a free lunch. Taxpayers' money in America have been paying for their transgender movement, have been paying for the medicine, and now they're going to get cut off. What's going to happen? Because now every government is going to have to do a similar thing. Whatever happens in the US tends to get followed or parroted in some way in other countries, because economically we've all got to keep up with the economic rat race. And so governments have got to keep up with each other. There's budgets for military spending, there's budgets for this, you know, it's a complex sea of money. But when one government suddenly has a lot of money to spare, other governments are going to start digging into their pockets and try to spare money too, because there's going to be a need to compete with the other governments, or so we've been led to believe with this proverbial governmental rat race that we've been sold. But it seems to work that way. So there's going to be a lot less money. What's going to happen to this lady makes me think about, that I'm thinking about right now, who I know works as a cashier, and I know that as a cashier she will not be able to afford the drugs. because I'm betting that the drugs made by those drug companies are not cheap, right? They would probably cost hundreds of dollars a month. Do you think that's a fair assessment for gender-changing drugs?
Yeah, could even be more.
Could be more, but hundreds, like $400 a month, $300, $500. I don't know. What's going to happen to her when she now suddenly needs to dig into her expenditures and she needs to make up $400 or $500 a month or a few $100s a month, and she's maybe only earning $1,500 a month, and she's got to pay rent, she's got to pay bills, she's got to eat, she's got to, everything else. And how many people in the world is this going to affect? What are the scale of the consequences of this backlash of pulling the money? And then, of course, the people within those first world countries that won't be getting the handouts. How many people are going to be affected? And what does this say about our society? And I think that this is why we've become a society of NPCs. Is it because life's too easy? What do you guys think?
What was the question again? Is action louder than words?
Well, we're being driven towards becoming NPCs in a way, non-playing characters. Like just, is it because life's too easy and we're all being ushered along a line? And it's like in the old days, you're living on a farm, you want to build a house, you build it yourself. You need the wood for the house, you go and chop down a tree, right?
Yeah.
You need water, you dig a well. This is all hard work. Now we're living in a world where all you need is money and everything gets sorted for you. And then you can even go to the government and get money if you don't have money, and it's all sorted for you anyway. Have we been softened? Is that why we're NPCs? Because we're so softened by the world, we spend too much time online. How many people on Telegram are on Telegram because they A, have trust funds, or B, get funding from the government? Do you see what I'm getting at? Like, how do people do that? A lot of people maybe do it while they're at work. It just makes me think that our society is driven us towards becoming soft. And what could be, the mission behind this? Is it to keep us away from empowerment and awakening? Is it to prevent transformation so that we get stuck and set in our ways, and all we got to do is toe this line, do that to get what we need to survive?
I don't know. I feel like there's no answer to that question. To some degrees, life's a lot easier now than it's ever been. We have, so much available to us now, so many different types of things and services and building materials and options for financing everything. Some of that's complicated. The whole process of like reaching out for finances through the government is a bit complicated for me. That's where I kind of lose the appeal. I don't want to go through the red tape of it all. I'd rather be able to do something by hand personally. So I'm kind of more self-reliant. Not everybody is. Also, I feel like at the same time, as much as we have more abundance and ease now, at the same time, we can't really obtain a wage that's going to be able to pay our bills. But we could get like 4 jobs, but it wouldn't necessarily mean that we would have money. So I feel like there's somewhat of a catch to the easiness of the times. And I feel like the ease of the times comes easier by playing the system, if you're willing to work the red tape, than it does by trying to be your own mogul and be some kind of entrepreneur and create something. Although if you do want to do that and you're passionate about it, there's government grants that can help provide you a leap start, and you can get a head start doing that. So if some people don't really want to have to deal with grants because they don't want to have to pay back a loan, and I understand that, but there's also, if you're willing to reach out for help, reach out to community there's a lot of people in the community that are just trying to help out for all kinds of different reasons. So at the same time, there's a lot of help here, and simultaneously, there's a lot of challenges that are arising now that the economy is somewhat failed, but I feel like this is a time of great abundance. We have first world problems a lot of times, and we don't really realize how good we have it.
I think when it comes to understanding control in society and how people are controlled and manipulated, I think it's important to understand what kind of the underlying motivations are behind that sort of like control. Because I think when we think about control, we kind of think about, evil, you just sort of evil people want to just control. Just kind of like your cartoon villain. But one of the things that I find very striking about when people control other people, there's always at least presented like a good intention behind that. There's always this kind of I'm doing this for your own good kind of mentality. Like I'm thinking about like, communists, where they kind of basically, like one of the things in, Maoist China that they would do, this concept called the struggle session, where they would basically harass, berate, make the person feel guilty, just basically, psychologically destroy this person until they eventually, gave in to that particular line of thought. And the idea is, well, it's okay that we're abusing these people because we're teaching them to be good, unselfish citizens. And the same thing with Christianity. You do all this kind of like, we're going to mind control these people, control how they think, but in their minds, we're doing the right thing. We're steering people towards a good path. And I think when you look at, when there's sort of people of control, their mindset is basically of that of misanthropy. And what I mean by that is that they think, people are stupid, they're selfish, and look at me, look how brilliant I am. If I was the king of the castle, if I was the emperor, I would understand how to, chart humanity. And look at all these stupid people. They're destroying the world. They're selfish. And because we think these people are, stupid and selfish, then it's like, oh, well, we need to control these people. We need to control how we think. Because in a lot of ways, I think that impetus for control and the idea to control how humanity thinks and how it feels has to come from a lack of faith in the human spirit and a lack of faith in seeing, the goodness and the potential in the individual, because you just see everybody's being kind of like worthless or stupid. I think a lot of it's ego. It's like, look, I'm smarter than everybody else, so give me the keys to the car. So I think when it comes to like when you're talking about people being incentivized, with the laziness thing and being given handouts, well, I think in a lot of ways, when one of the aspects of cults and the way they keep people controlling them is they infantilize the members and they keep them sort of dependent by bringing people into a more of an infantilized state of mind where they're not self-sufficient. They then become dependent upon the captors and the people who give them stuff. So it's like so if anything, if there is any kind of nefarious action behind, handouts and people being given stuff, it's to create a deeper sense of dependence, a deeper sense of reliance of you need the state, you need, big brother to watch out for you. And that's the thing when it comes to like control and stuff, a lot of people will give into being, controlled because they've been convinced there's some kind of fear or threat that's worth being protected from. But I think there's like this quote, I think it's like Benjamin Franklin. It's like those who would sacrifice, liberties for safety deserve neither liberty or safety. So I think that I think when it comes to, which is I think is a part of a kind of disease of Western civilization, is sort of like the need to dominate nature and the need to control nature, and that we see humanity in that same way, is that you see people as sort of stupid, feckless, and useless, and these elite people think that we need to control these savages in order for there to be an order for the world to move around. And so I think that compassion is sort of important in seeing past that kind of mindset where one feels like they need to take that, draconian control. Because, the way I see it, if you're in a point in life where you genuinely don't believe that love exists or even is possible, the next high watermark that you kind of, lean yourself towards would be power. Because if love doesn't, when people don't believe in love, that's when they really become interested in power. That's what I find.
Yeah, that is very true. It's a big thing, because love brings a sense of power. Love is a highly empowering thing. When we love someone, we empower them, and when we feel loved, we feel empowered. There's something incredibly empowering by love, and I think it's very valid, especially on the inner paradigm, the personal paradigm, or more accurately, the outer paradigm. But let's not get into the inner outer controversy, or as I see the world being inside out. But it's very interesting. We're talking about power. Somebody mentioned, it was Bernadine mentioned in the chat about dog microchip companies going out of business, and it opened up a rabbit hole for me. And the rabbit hole was like, it actually blew my mind. Blew my mind. Blew, it was so blown. And okay, so semiconductor, major Chinese semiconductor company going bankrupt the last few years. This has been happening. Like 10,000 chip related companies in China had to close their shut. Okay. I'm looking at this. Then I'm looking at in 2022, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, the key maker of the world's most cutting-edge chips, said it planned to spend $40 billion in Arizona on its first major U.S. semiconductor production. Interesting. So this is obviously big for, it became a symbol of President Biden's quest to spur more domestic production of chips. The slices of silicon that help all manner devices make calculations, data. Interesting. So last summer, the TSMC pushed back initial manufacturing at its first Arizona factory to 2025 from last year. So that's from then. So they won't. Do you find that interesting?
Yeah.
Are you watching? Are you listening? When they realized that the trumpeter was going to likely win, right? They were putting $40 billion into America because that.
And your audio is breaking up a little bit more, I guess.
Sorry?
Your audio is breaking up a little bit. I've been able to follow you, but it's just crackling up a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me check my connection again.
Okay.
8%. Yeah, I think this is. Don't know why my AfriHost is so bad. It's on 49%. Very bad. So I'll talk slower. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah.
But I do think that obviously Biden's deals made, they don't think that Trump's going to honor the deals. So they've decided to wait until Trump's out of office. Right? 25, 26, 27, 28. If he does a double term of office, it could be 28. But if he does one term of office, it's 26. So they are waiting between 26, 27, 28 to start manufacturing. Interesting. That $40 billion is being withheld, which was part of the plan initiative set up by Biden. I didn't really know about that. So now I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, right, so there were like 10,000 Chinese chip production companies that shut down during the arm prick adventure, right? Now we have a man who was worth $7 billion being worth $390 billion. That is the musketeer. and he's the reach around expert for the trumpeter, or is the trumpeter the reach around expert? Anyway, between the two of them, there's a lot of reach around happening. They've got a lot of reach. Let's put it that way. And so where did the share of the market for those 10,000 big Chinese companies that were manufacturing chips go? And how is this related to the Musketeer? What subsidiary companies have the Musketeer bought? Why is the Musketeer so involved in this program? And I know this is a slight detraction from this conversation. I'll try and keep it short. But those of you need to go and take a look into this, right? The researchers out there, because there's something going on here. My psychic senses have been like spider senses have been tickling at these two together in their reach around chamber. And I think there's more to the story here. Like, how much of that investment is going to hurt the Chinese production model? It's going to slow them down. And now Boeing seems to be under attack, according to the propaganda I've seen in the media. It seems like, you know, the Musketeers franchise is going to grow out. Maybe they want to take over all space and aviation. Once you've taken over space production, you may as well take over aviation production. Apparently that Boeing craft was really bad and it breaks down. Don't worry, Musk's doesn't. That was the insinuation that I heard the trumpeter trumpeting out in his Oval Office. So, and the new marketing techniques used where a child is used as a shield. I've never seen that before. Hey? If you're going to have a meeting in the Oval Office with like the world's press, take your 4-year-old. Hide behind your 4-year-old. There's something quite psychologically being done. You know, there's a psychological game being played here, I think. Is this the first time in history that an important conversation that affects the global economy of the world, that there's been a 4-year-old on the stage, part of the conversation?
Yeah.
And that while the Musketeer is talking, he's playing with his child and putting the child on. When he gets asked difficult questions, what does he do? Child on the shoulders. Right?
Yeah.
He gets asked a difficult question from the press, child on the shoulders. The child happens to be putting their ears in his fingers in his ears while he's talking, and he's struggling, and he's like, all these little techniques, like, what is going on here? What have these guys got to hide? Why are they so desperate to control this dynamic? And were they really afraid of being put on the spot? Maybe they were afraid that these conversations are going to come up about this chip production and the lack of financial coming into America, and the fact that maybe a lot of that market is going to be replaced by companies and subsidiaries that will be taken over by companies that are under subsidiary that goes back to Elon Musk somehow and his little crone of crankers that are cranking the world economy. He must have a board of directors that he's connected to that are probably on the boards of lots of companies. So I think we got to watch that spot. You know, we're talking about the neural implant. We're talking about microchips. We're talking about who's making a lot of the technology, who's building all of the robots, right? We know who's building all of the robots. So there's a lot of transistors and microchips in robots, right? Every part needs to be microchipped in. So like, how much of production of microchips is going to go into him? And is this why the trumpeter is getting the Musketeer onto the stage so that the Musketeer can become the biggest corporation for technology in the world and swallow up all the other competition and become like the one corporation until maybe we only have one corporation in the world? And that corporation makes our cars, our TVs, our spaceships, our airplanes, our microchips, our phones, our computers, our satellite systems, our communication technology systems, our 5G towers. Wouldn't it be so great to just have one company and no competition?
That sounds like
for
DARPA.
Control matrix.
A lot of this technology starts with DARPA. And so when they've got these new technologies, they don't release them to the public until they've been found out, usually in a war situation by the enemy. And so Elon Musk, however, though, he's one of the guys that so many people have tried to make the electric car. And if you're familiar with the EV1 being buried, like around the year 2000, they had, I think, over 100,000 models. They had to have them buried because it was too competitive with the automotive market. And so they had them all shut down and buried in the desert. Now, for some reason, Elon Musk's allowed to do it. There's something very fishy about this musketeer being allowed to do what he does when everybody else was shut down in the past. So there's something there. Very strange.
So, like, what's happening on the big stage, is that affecting the personal stage? Like the freedom, the so-called free, open, what do you call it? The open, free trade, capitalism. Is it becoming socialism, like on a financial level, where one corporation is starting to take charge of everything and starting to get its fingers into everything, to the point where it's actually getting its fingers into the government to actually help manipulate that all the other companies don't get any funding, so that all the funding will be given to it, so that it can then use that to buy out all the other companies and grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. I mean, Elon Musk is worth close to 400 billion. Is it safe to say that within 2 years he'll be worth 2 trillion?
Yeah, probably.
Within 10 years he'll be worth 10 trillion, 20 trillion, if he keeps at the rate that he's going. Exponential growth of finances. And how much of the world's economy will that be? It's a scary thought, you know. And of course, he's a nice guy. He's really nice. He's all about freedom of speech, and it's lovely. And he, like, as a South African, I'm like, oh, he comes from South Africa. He grew up in Pretoria. He was born in Pretoria. Do you know what Pretoria is like?
Is it a slum?
No.
Oh, is it fancy there?
Man, Pretoria at the moment, I think it's changed, but Pretoria was like the place that stayed in the old South Africa for the longest. There was like, it was just white people. In a country, like I'm in Cape Town. Cape Town isn't white people. Cape Town is mostly non-white people. It's like an open liberal space. Pretoria was the opposite of that. It was like, if you were going to have a, you know, a group that were like, hey, and they were like, you know, let's all be Aryan, that was Pretoria. And the word pret means joy and fun. Ori means light. Ia is Enki's name. So the joy of light and celebration in celebrating Enki, Pretoria. It's interesting name, interesting place. They've never had a problem in Pretoria. Life is very sweet and easy. The white people are very protected, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that the ridiculous ANC government here in South Africa is okay, because it's corrupt as hell. And it's all about taking away whatever white people have and basically giving it to Zulus. But at the same time, they want to shaft the Indians, the Muslims, the mixed race people, even the Xhosa people. They can all go and jump in the sea. It's just about the Zulus. So, you know, there's definitely something wrong and twisted with South African politics. And I can sort of see why these divisions are there. But it's very interesting, you know, when you look at his roots. He popped into my high school for a while. Obviously, the oldest Anglo-Saxon school in South Africa. He would had to have come there. Heavy Freemasonic hub, right? I never got to know him because I was too much of a school rebel. I was like the biggest school rebel in my school. So like I was the child that all the parents said, don't mix with that kid. He's bad news, you know, because I was against everything at school and I challenged everybody on everything, like the school, the teachers, the policies, the ideologies. I was like, I'm not having it. And but he was one of the good boys. I remember this guy, Elon. And I remember seeing he sort of kept himself and he was like sort of protected somehow, you know, in his little bubble. And I never really got to know him on any personal level at all. Didn't feel resonance. I always thought he was a bit weird and quiet, which was cool, you know. But anyway, he was only there for a while. I only remember seeing him there for like 6 months or something. And I remember hearing his name in the assemblies quite a few times, you know. So that's how when I like, hey, I know that guy. He was in my school, Elon Musk. And I remembered his face. I was like, yeah, man, I remember that kid. So I don't know. Like you say, suspicious, man. The global thing is all about power being moved into one set of hands and it's power being taken away from the rest of us. So can you and I just make a small microchipping factory if we are engineers and get trade? No, I don't think we can. I don't think we'd be able to find a place in the global market, would we? We definitely wouldn't be able to get funding. We definitely wouldn't be able to get tax support, right? Like all the big ones do. So we wouldn't be able to compete with the big companies because a lot of the kickbacks and tax support and funding and everything is why they're able to make profit. And all the money that's moved into the tech industry has given them that edge that you can't really play around, you can't fight against. So from a competitive perspective, when we look at sort of economics, so capitalism, I think, has been bought and paid for. So we're living in a world where we're being told that there's a free market policy, that everybody can go out and do their thing. But you try and start a company and see whether the big companies have got like everything bought and paid for. And if you can like compete within that dynamic, especially in the tech industry. And so we're being forced to sell and to regurgitate a false narrative of like, yeah, we're living in free trade capitalism. No, we're not. We're living in a socialist Marxist state of financial control that is hiding behind a facade of free market capitalism, but actually there's nothing like that happening at all. And I think the trumpeter and the musketeer are becoming agents of this transformation that's going to bring us to recognize just how this has been working. And all of this transparency that they're bringing us, which is great because there's been a lot of lies and corruption, is probably going to involve a lot more government controls being set up, more red tape, more controls, more oversight, which is going to give the federal government more power over local government. Am I right or am I wrong? I don't know America well.
You know, I think what's interesting to when we're talking about Elon Musk, I think from the occult angle, I think it should be important to mention that Elon Musk is a huge believer and proponent of simulation theory, which I find kind of surprising. Someone who's that big in the science world is into the simulation theory thing. And I think that, you know, we kind of just like, you know, we kind of rub it off our back. We think, oh, simulation theory, oh, it's kind of like, you know, similar to occultism. But I'm starting to think maybe it isn't. And maybe it's not quite, the whole simulation idea is not quite as benign as it seems. I've been thinking lately that the way what's going to happen with the elites and what's going to happen with kind of like the scientific sort of narrative, and I think this is already starting to happen, is that you're going to start to see simulation theory being contextualized to reinforce atheism when material, because what's happening right now in popular culture is that people, I think, are not as big on materialism as they used to be. I think a lot more people are open to the idea that maybe this world isn't quite real. I mean, even science is coming up with articles saying that they think, like, you know, they don't really believe in time or whatever. So I think that, you know, when you look at the whole simulation theory, you think, I sometimes, you know, been thinking of the idea, what if this is just materialism 2.0, where instead of everything being kind of this, you know, this physical universe, we're part of a mechanical universe, or mechanical computer that creates the illusion of a physical universe. But then it's just like, oh, it's just the universe is physical, but just in another dimension. And I think it's going to be kind of recontextualized in that way. And I think that's something we should be kind of wary about. And I kind of wonder too, like with someone like Elon Musk, how much of that belief in the simulation theory or seeing the world as a simulation sort of gives him that kind of like creative sort of edge or whatever, when he just sees life purely as a kind of video game, if you will. And maybe that's the sinister part, is that when you start to see things as a video game, then maybe you kind of treat other people like NPCs, and that's not the NPC thing again, but then everything being a simulation. There's a correlation between those two ideas.
Any thoughts, Indy?
Yeah, I feel like the technological circles have a strong connection to seeing a lot of viability in the simulation theory, because we tend to see a lot of these analogies that the brain is like a computer, and they compare us with technologies a lot. And I've been seeing this more and more, and it irks me. But I always remind myself that an analogy is not that the things are the same, that they have a similar aspect to one another. But when they overly bombard us with these analogies, comparing us to technology, I can't help but understand that this is part of the transhumanist push, that they're trying to really push materialism in such a way where they're going to try to show that we are going to be able to be herded into giving up our rights, and that we're going to allow ourselves to become computerized or chipped or something like that. It's, to me, a bit of a disconcerting situation, because when we see people in like Silicon Valley seeing this way of perspective of things, I feel like it could be easy for them to fall into the understanding that that these computers and these technologies are like their new god. And so it may be easy for them to fall away from understanding that there's any merit to like magic and spirituality and mysticism. And I think a lot of us have seen this whole transformation happen in society, where first and foremost, there was the belief in magic and mysticism, and it was not something we could prove. And then science came along and tried to just assert that only the proven things can be known. But we found that when we find these proven facts and truths, that there's a lot more there unseen that we don't understand. And so I feel like by seeing past the shortcomings of science and seeing the promises that and potential that can come from mysticism, I feel like that we should be able to see past the technological the what's the word, the technological advancements that have been pushed on us. I feel like this advanced worldview of based in technology, based in materialism, and trying to convince us that we don't have free thought, that our own thoughts are formed before we can even think. There's too much of this strange materialist, technological, transhumanist analogies and worldviews and values being pushed on us. In some of us, it irks us, and to see that we would think that you would put such value into these computers and that they take away our potential to be able to find the more magic of the unknown, because we're going to try to stick with what we do know, and what we do know is really not much. We can find so much more by the mystery of things, I think.
That's beautiful, because it's full circle. It's almost where we started from in this conversation. You know, that beautiful quote from Cosmic, which I've forgotten now, but it's definitely going to be a round table topic of, what was it, Don? Cosmic will know.
Drug-like addiction of certainty to certainty.
Yeah, man, the drug-like addiction of certainty, you know, which takes us away from that organic experience of reality as a process, as a creative experience, like children, and that imagination being taken away from us. This is interesting. How important is imagination when it comes to empowerment and awakening as an agent of transformation? And you know, we always talk about the imagination as being rather important and fundamental, and I think we all sort of agree that the imagination is a big part of success when it comes to spiritual growth of any sort, or inner growth or outer growth, or becoming more wholesome, becoming more complete as a human being. And I think that this is like really what holds us back on the most fundamental levels of growing, is this fact that this imagination is being taken us away. So let's look at this for a moment, like the power of the snake, right? So we're in this age of the snake now, which is the power transformation. The world is changing. The economic, the political, corporate guy in. Am I fading again?
A little bit, yeah.
I cannot believe it. Is it now, or is it still dodgy?
It's still a little bit dodgy. I can still make out what you're saying, though, at least.
I'm going to switch once again. Like the keeps.
I just wanted to share an Einstein quote about imagination that's relevant to this discussion. Said Einstein famously said, "Imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited. Imagination encircles the world." And I feel like all knowledge that we have came from the imagination first.
Yeah, I agree. The journey.
And also we have, the Hermetic principles. I think we lost your audio a little bit there. But we have the Hermetic principles showing a totally different worldview. When we look at mentalism, the idea that mind comes first, it's just the flip side of what the materialism perspective is today. So by exploring the Hermetic principles, you can really understand how much power the imagination has in interpreting the things that we see. And if you see things as like a material block that's like fixed in time and space, it's very different than seeing things as a vibrating energy that's around us. Like mentalism. Hermetic principles show.
Then again, I would kind of push back against that. And I can see that I think a lot of what we see as modern materialism today has a kind of, there's a kind of you can see that if you look back further in time, there are like seeds that have been planted that sort of germinate into the materialism we know today. Because I think that when it comes to, I think it actually kind of starts with sort of your monotheism, when we kind of have this more idea of God being just solely male and lacking a sort of a feminine goddess counterpart. Now, when you look at things as being sort of like the logos, as being sort of the central nexus of reality, you then start to contextualize the imagination as being this mental phenomenon, that is purely this kind of this mental abstract, there's a kind of a mechanistic aspect of that where it's just this pure logic. Whereas when you kind of incorporate the feminine, you realize that there's another dimension of the imagination that's not based in necessarily this kind of logical perception, but in feeling. Like, I think back to myself, like I've had lucid dreams where I remember I would be in a hot area, this one dream, and I was able to sit in this pool of water and notice that I would actually become colder. Now, most people would think that when you're in a dream, it's like, oh, I'm hot in this dream because it's hot in the physical room and around me, and my brain is picking up on subconscious cues of the environment, or vice versa. If it's cold, you'd think, oh, you're dreaming of a snow. But I went from hot and cold within the same kind of temperature variant. I don't remember where I was sort of going with this idea, but I think when it comes to the imagination, there is that more qualitative aspect of it. That's with this sense of your response to music and the kind of the abstract. Because a lot of times with the imagination, when ideas really first in their primordial state, sometimes they're just kind of this mess of sounds and shapes and colors, and there's no real form. And it's only with that mental, logical aspect that we turn that abstract experience into something tangible that we can express to other people. So I think that when it comes to understanding the imagination, I think it's also important to understand its connection to nature. And I think what I'm starting to come to the realization of now, as I'm saying this, is that perhaps the reason that the imagination has become controlled and tainted, and we are headed towards this mechanistic direction, is that over the past couple thousand years, we've kind of distanced the imagination. We've just determine that the imagination is separate from nature, like kind of like with Christianity, God being this sort of logos that exists outside of time, and that nature is a creation of that. Whereas a lot of ways, nature is the sort of the progenitor of the imagination. It's what inspires the imagination. It's what gives us ideas. And one of the things that's kind of interesting is that a lot of people I don't hear talk about, not even really in occult circles, but I think that nature extends into the imagination. And what I mean by that is that when we dream, when we astral project, that the dream world is a part of nature. That's a concept I've always really liked, that when you dream about a forest, that dream forest is just as much a part of the natural landscape as a physical forest would be. And when you kind of are able to see the imagination in a more animistic, organic way, then you're starting to kind of realize, like, okay, now you can sort of see how we've sort of been shifted towards this path towards mechanization, because it's not just materialism that we have to consider, that we see the world as physical. It's also that we see the mind as being pure software, this pure kind of logical sort of like AI driven kind of thing, like an NPC thought. So it's not just the materialism is not just at the hardware level, but it's also at the software level. So I think that by bringing an organic element back to the imagination, bringing a biological element to the imagination, I think we'll be able to sort of like empower that in a way when we take the imagination and connect to the primordial. Because I think in a lot of ways, what I notice with a lot of belief systems is a tendency for the belief system to try to distance the imagination, its imagination sort of from the nature sphere that kind of created it. Because because that's the whole idea in Zarfexology, right? This concept of the Zerfikes, where you basically kind of encapsulate someone within a bubble universe based on a belief system, and basically the limits of that belief system become the surface of the bubble. And then once you kind of like learn, and then by having the imagination be organic, you see the imagination as sort of being this massive field of bubble foam, as opposed to being like a singular bubble. So I think that's kind of also an important thing to consider, is that maybe it's not just that we, don't, value the imagination, but that we contextualize the imagination itself in a mechanistic way.
And I agree with you. I think this mechanism, or this world of mechanist ideology of looking at the mechanics of the world, has taken us away from away from considering the universe through the eyes of panpsychism. Yeah, am I saying that right? Panpsychism doesn't sound right, but anyway, I think I said it right. It feels like the words are rummaging around in my mouth. But this whole notion of like everything is related to the consciousness field and has consciousness, and that there is mind from whence all things come, which is the first principle of Hermes. Really, everything is a manifestation of the mind. So everything has a quality of mind. Everything, rocks, animals, everything that we can imagine is somehow alive, because mind, implies aliveness, does it not? Yeah. And now we've been taken away from this panpsychism idea, and now they've put us into a mechanist perspective, and now they're trying to create a false facade of mechanist version of panpsychism in the way that they reflect this theory of this world being a what's the word of the world being a
simulation,
computer game. Yeah,
simulation theory.
Yeah, the simulation theory, the way in which it's been popularized, I don't agree with it. I mean, I think there's a lot of truth to the idea behind simulation theory fundamentally, but I agree that the way that it's being presented and popularized is very mechanist, and it takes away from the panpsychism, which is really what it's trying to represent, but in a mechanical way. So it's almost like this. It's a double lie almost, but reflecting a truth. The truth has been turned into a lie that's been lied about. So that we're talking about the truth, expressing the truth in a way that's not completely honest. Because I do believe this universe is a simulation, but I don't think it's in the way that we've been given it. I think it's the consciousness is simulating this universe. But this is why the universe has this panpsychism reflection that we can appreciate, because we are essentially connected to everything and everybody else through consciousness, and that everything seems to emanate from the field of consciousness. So I think that I agree totally. And this sort of brings us to an interesting point, the many levels of being, all these different levels of being that we're awakening to. We think of awakening as being like, right, I'm awake now. And you were having a cool conversation in the group the other day when you were knocking the idea of enlightenment, and I like that. That was in my group. That was Cosmic. He was saying, I don't believe in this enlightenment the way it's presented, and I have to agree with you. I mean, I believe in enlightenment, but I don't believe that there's an enlightenment. I think that we are continually getting more enlightened and more enlightened. I don't think you get to the point where like, dun, ta-da, I'm enlightened. Like the switch was flipped. I'm now enlightened. I think it's like a light bulb, right? There's more light, there's more light, there's more light. There's less light, there's less light, there's less light. And that bright light can get brighter and brighter and brighter, or it can get lighter, darker and darker and darker. It depends on how conscious we are of our shadows. I would say that enlightenment is a concept of how in tune we are with the aspects of ourselves we hide from ourselves, and thus in tune with the many aspects of the world. So here's an interesting point. How much of the reason that we can't see the world for what it is because we're so in denial of our own emotions, that we've allowed our shadow selves to become so complete as an egoic reflection of this persona that we're not able to fully appreciate that we're in denial of who we are because we're trying to be something that we're not, because the world expects it of us. What are your thoughts of us all being pretenders, in a sense, to adapt to a world that was made to make us crazy?
Okay. Yeah, I think so. But just like kind of like you can see the simulation theory in a good light if you look at it in the big picture. I feel like that could also be seen in the big picture to be a good thing too, because like it's maybe better for us right now, and I feel that we're in a stage where we're in the transformation. We might have lost our habitat, but we know that we don't fit into this habitat. We cannot subsist in this habitat without technology. And different animals have different technologies, like a shell for a hermit crab or something, beaver dams, beehives. These animals have different shelters that they use as well. And so it's not like it's not part of nature for us to do this, but I feel like we haven't made it in such a way that's going to be long lasting, that's going to subsist. We're in an experimental stage of transition. And I feel like in this stage, it's easier for us to be in a simulation. It's easier for us to be in a delusional state. And the transformation from being in a delusion to coming into awareness and awakenness, or from being in a simulation and not knowing about it to realizing that we are in one. All of these awakenings and realizations that we're having would ultimately realize to us that there's going to be a greater awakening happening from the ancestral trauma that's put us here. And we're going to realize such great things once we've been able to come up with the right recipe for life that's going to really crystallize for us and share with like 100 monkey theory kind of thing, where people are all going to start to understand this. I really feel like once we come to a better way of subsistence, we're all going to start to have a realization that We all need to use our imaginations to make this world our home again instead of running away from it. Right now, we're kind of living in like a hiding in a cage kind of scenario, kind of lifestyle in the world. And I think nature wants to have us back once we can find a way to be able to do it right without breaking things down for the world around us, or where we try to do it too natural and it's not working enough for us, for our needs. We need to come up with a healthy balance to be able to do mutual benefit with ourselves and the world around us. And at that point, I feel like a lot of this escapism ideations are going to drop down, and we're going to come back to first and foremost being able to work with creating art and music and food in the world around us and embracing the natural world. And we're also going to have that imagination back that behind that to give that a song and dance and everything and a celebration. So I feel like that, to me, that could be a beautiful way of seeing that the simulation theories not only could be something that is real, but in the bigger picture, it could be for the good. Now, you could have the simulation theory be like the evil deceiver is having us in a simulation. Now, that's kind of what Descartes came to the conclusion of without having faith in God and the meditations. But you could also see that a simulation theory could be an idea where we are in a stage in life where we're in like the seedling stage. And when we live the good life and we've found awakening and we've be able to realize compassion in our lives, maybe we can awaken from this simulation in a higher realm. And that's just a process of awakening and transformation that's on a greater scale, where in the afterlife we go into a greater realm. Maybe that's something that's real. So there's some beautiful ways to see simulation theory, and then there's some scary ways to look at it as well. So I think it's good to be able to envision them all and to have that conversation. And it was said recently that when you can have that conversation of differing perspectives, you're in a utopia. That's what a utopia is.
Yeah, I agree. You know, there's always a lot of ways of looking at things, and I also agree. I agree with both you and Cosmic. I think like the way that it's been presented is like that us and them dynamic. You know, like you're in this prison because they put you here, which could be true on some level, but were they tricked into putting us here? So there could be more to it. Is there a bigger picture beyond that little archons? Yeah, okay, the archons doing their thing, but like, why are they doing that there? What's behind that, and what's behind that? And so there's all these different levels of awakening, and if we don't have a lucid mind that's adaptable. So the power of the serpent, okay, the spirit of the serpent always needs to be present. Now we're talking about the tools, right? So the spirit of the serpent, like for those of you, I would meditate on a serpent. If you feel like you're stagnant, if you feel like you're stuck, if you feel like the world has got you held in a rut, if you feel like you're dragging your feet through the muck, if you feel like there's nothing you see but a butt, then it's time to awaken. It's time to just lose. It's time to become the thing that you choose. It's time to just smile. It's time to be smooth. And it's time to focus on the way that you move. I think that the serpent, when it comes to the way that you move, the serpent's like a wave. She flows. She's like a dance. She flows over the ground like water. There are no obstacles for the serpent. She moves around. She becomes the obstacle. She uses the obstacle to move herself forward. This is the true spirit of transformation. This is the true spirit of adaptation. Being able to adapt. Being able to shed your skin when your skin no longer fits you. Being able to say, I'm letting go of this. The skin was great, but it no longer serves me. There goes my skin. I'm having a new skin. There's something quite profound with the way they want us to use skins in modern, you need to have a skin for your system. Like, what skin do you like? Do you change your skin? So the power of the spirit of the serpent is something that they are trying to hide us away from. The religious organizations have made us fear serpents, like, oh, the evil serpent in the Garden of Eden, and snakes are evil, they are the presence of evil spirits, they are this, they are that. All this delusional mouthwash that's been spewed at us so that we disconnect from that fundamental part of who we are, that spirit of transformation, that spirit of being able to move in any way, to flow around events. They want us riding the horse. And don't get me wrong, the horse is great, hey? The horse is freedom of power. The horse gives you that momentum. You can go through something. If there's obstacles, you can tie a rope to that thing and put it on your horse and pull that thing out of the way. You want to move lots of big things, you can build a carriage with wheels, get your horses on it and move. The great power is the power of spirit of the horse. But I think that we've been driven to indulge the spirit of the horse in an almost obsessive way without keeping the balance of the spirit of the serpent. And we know how serpents and horses feel about each other, right? When a horse sees a snake, it stamps on it. And when a snake sees a horse, it reckons, I'm going to get stamped on. It bites. So these two are at odds almost. And the spirit of the eagle, it eats snakes, right? Snake eater. So the poor snake is caught stuck in the middle with you. And I changed my settings and all that weird nonsense went away, by the way. I had AI systems trying to noise cancel and all of this nonsense, echo cancellation. I put that off and my audio is fine. So StreamYard, I'm watching you guys. So I do think that, because I find it weird when my picture's streaming perfectly and my voice isn't. Don't you?
Yeah.
Fundamentally weird about that whole notion. So yeah, the spirit of the serpent has been hidden from us. We've been made afraid of the spirit of the snake, and I think we need to embrace that spirit of the snake to stand between the spirit of the horse and the spirit of the eagle. The spirit of the eagle is that I'm going to let go of all of this. I'm going to go up into the sky. I'm just going to get the eagle view of everything. I'm detached from the world. Up here, I can see the world abstractly, far away down there. It's got nothing to do with me. The horse is very much, I'm in this world. I'm using the powers of this world. And so there's this extremity of detachment, which represents the awakening. And being in the world, it represents the empowerment. And then something in between, the spirit of the snake. Deep dive with me into the shamanic ideas. What are your thoughts, dear Indy?
I feel like just like the horse stamps at the snake, our empowerment can stamp away at transformation in such that the snake builds resilience by being able to understand that the horse is its adversary and it has to be alert and it has to be well prepared to be around the horse and to be able to escape or warn the horse of its presence. And so in that sense, I feel like empowerment can provide, it will stamp down the blockages of transformation, because we have like these things of like not having resilience and not having empowerment prevent us from being able to have transformation. But the resilience is like the first step, I feel like, to be able to have the wherewithal to go through the challenges, and then to be able to build that empowerment, to be able to realize that you have to be able to take steps, but that you can take on responsibility and be able to empower yourself to be able to take on greatness and take on lovely things in your life, and they may be difficult, but to be able to empower yourself is to know that you have the faith to charge through the challenges. The ability that you know how to give yourself the strength from within. And so when you have that strength, then the transformation kind of just comes effortlessly through your ability to now see through new eyes and have the ability to embrace what you used to run away from. So, and then in likeness, also we have the ego that devours the transformation, the awakening. And so, in a similar way, the transformation is kind of like a challenging thing where you're kind of learning to walk again, and it's a whole battle that you're going through, and you're building up all this new understanding, and you're building up all this new perspective and awareness and identity, and then that kind of shifts into the awakening where it's kind of devoured, and all of that comes into an ease where it's no longer difficult to go through this reprogramming because you're already reprogrammed and you can just go in this new program. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, beautiful extrapolations, brother. And very much on point, I think, The horse definitely wants to stamp out transformation. And once we've transformed and we've become awakened, we now have a skin in the game. I don't want to lose my awakening. I'm now awakened. What do you mean? I must go back to what I was before? Like, I need to awaken again? No, nonsense. All that transformation business was painful business. I didn't enjoy all that change. It's hard to change. I wish to just remain awakened. Can't I just be awakened? That's not how this works.
Like Cosmic was saying earlier, when we like shed the skin and we transform, the snake doesn't just do that once. That's something that has to be redone every so often. And so, like, in sobriety and stuff, like, we try to tell people, like, I quit drinking 2010, so I've been dry for a long time. But I always try to, like, use my sobriety as a tool to be able to show people that it really works, to be able to come back and try to help other people. And that's what you have to take steps to renew things for yourself, to remember the path that you're on sometimes. So that's why I'm in shadow work now, being able to go through further transformations than sobriety and go into like an awakening of the shadow and reemergence of the whole being. Now I have the gift to be able to share that with others as well. And so by sharing that with others, it renews my own transformation, helps me remember what I've gone through and keep that alive. So that's a good thing as well.
I like that pointing out that the serpent relates to cycles.
Yeah.
That there's a consistency of renewal that needs to keep coming up. And I think that's what makes life so challenging sometimes, is to know that we have lost and we have gained, and in the future we will have to lose again in order to gain again, and lose to gain, and gain to lose, and lose to gain, and gain to lose. And it's like a consistent wheel that turns. We will feel empowered, and then we will feel unempowered, disempowered. And then we will feel inspired, and then we will feel what's the opposite of feeling inspired? We'll feel like we're questioning.
Yeah.
We're questioning the validity of what's going on. Like, what's the point? And at points we'll be forced to sort of continually, and it's very interesting how the serpent has been taken away from us in a way. And I personally have always, so I've always had Jupiter's like a big thing in my chart. So I relate to the eagle in a very big way. Yeah. And so the whole idea of, being impersonal, I could relate to that growing up as a child. I never had too much skin in the game, as it goes. I wasn't in one social circle. I was in lots of social circles. I was always like a butterfly. I was always sort of disconnected to a certain extent, happy to go and be on my own. I think the eagle represents asceticism, and it represents the um, the path that we were discussing earlier, being what's the word? Being a hermit. Because the eagle's up there on its own, looking at the world far away. And the horse is right there in the race, right? The horse is in the race, as the saying goes. And its footsteps carry a heavy weight, a heavy burden. And the horse has to work hard. So it is like Mexico was saying, it's connected to our vocation and our careers in a way, you know, because like the whole idea, who works hardest? The horse. And so I think like this is an interesting perspective. Namaste, Rob. Hope you're good, man. I think that it's uninspired, introverted. I suppose that we become overly introverted when we're uninspired. That's an interesting perspective, because when we start to question the validity of things, we do go within ourselves and start to question our own validity in a sense. But I think it's a necessary thing. We have to come out. We have to breathe in, and then we have to breathe out. In order to be able to breathe in, we have to breathe out. And so we get addicted with this nice feeling of fullness, and then we gotta experience that feeling of emptiness. And so the serpent could represent that between of breathing out and breathing in a sense, where we could look at it, the inspiration, which is essentially the awakening, because the awakening brings the inspiration, and then the breathing out, which is that expression, and the expression, which is a byproduct or something that leads to empowerment, because we express our power, and it's that expression that moves the power within us. Power is always expressing. And then there is this transformation, which is what is forming between what is expressed and what is being taken inspirationally, because our inspiration is always wishing to seek some form of expression. That which is close to the heart will define who and what we are and how we move through life, in a sense. So I think, it's very interesting how these three symbols. Now, this brings me to an interesting point. I can't help wanting to continually bring this. Do you know what I've called this image? Okay, it's quite funny. I've called this image 007. So I don't know why, but I just chose to name that image 007. So here's my 007.
Oh, I love that image. Yeah. Oh, it's perfect. 007.
Yeah, exactly. I just named it 007 image when I downloaded it. And okay, so we've got inspiration, intuition. Then we've got awakening, which I see as being connected. And we've got
Well, listen to your audio a little bit again.
And Mexico had said to me that I was soft.
It's glitching now.
Is
It's
that
kind of
better?
Yeah, it's better now. Keep talking.
Yeah, I turned off remove background voice. Isn't that interesting? I turned off remove background voice, and now it's normal, I take it. So there's definitely something to definitely something to the StreamYard story. I thought maybe it was because my speakers were too loud. So I see the inspiration as being related to and connected to this principle of awakening. And then I see this intuition and this memory. And then I think of intuition and I think of the serpent. I think it's our intuition that drives transformation. And I think that the process of transformation reveals new possibilities to us. And these new possibilities of consciousness that are being revealed to us due to the transformative nature of consciousness, we can relate it to that transformative potential of the serpent. Then I see memory, and I look at memory, and I see memory as being like crystallizing things, putting things into a state that can be used. So there's like a very much empowered, we become empowered by our memories. The things that I've done in my life and then what I've achieved is what I feel empowered by. Because I've done those things, I can do other things. This is a source of empowerment for me. Knowing that I've done that before means I can do that again. So here I see these three principles, and then I see the empowerment of memory once again back to the next three, which is will, and then I see the imagination, and the imagination then becomes an expression of the intuition, which is that changeable nature within ourselves, that part of ourselves that can transform the world and transform ourselves. We can change the way we look at the world through our imagination, and our imagination is changing the world. For what the world is impeding itself upon our imagination, whether we realize it or not. And then I look at the will, and the will is interesting, because the will seems to be something that operates from outside. It seems to be something that operates from a distance. And so I see the will as being the eagle. Interestingly enough, even though it relates to the empowerment, but I think the will is what's released after empowerment. Empowerment gives us the potential to use the will. And so I see the will as being that which is produced by the awakening, which leads us back to the circle of empowerment. And now we're seeing how they're linking in. So on one level, the will becomes empowerment. On another level, the will becomes awakening. And I look here and I see the memory. On one level, it's an expression of empowerment. But on another level, it's also carrying the seed of inspiration. So you can see how these things are like in a state of yang-yin. Within the yin, there's the yang. And within the yang, there's the yin. And this will and memory seem to play this very important dual role in keeping these three spheres together. And then the instincts, I see that as being the reflection of the serpent representing our deepest instincts, which is a reflection of the imagination and the intuition. Because we instinctively react, we instinctively produce a movement in our consciousness, which is sort of holding on to that knowledge that we've had, but also it's about transforming things. Instinct is always there to transform. There's a danger, quickly transform the situation around you so that you can navigate through that danger. There's the instincts always there to protect us, essentially. So it's about that immediate need to transform things right now or else. And then sensation becomes a really interesting perspective. Because when I look at sensation, I see sensation as being inspiration. I think sensationalism inspires us. People tend to be inspired by something that creates a sensation because it causes us to get the feeling of new life. Sensation brings that new life feeling of the inspired, wow, there's all these possibilities. And sensation is also what makes us feel good. So it's like very deeply embedded within our emotional centers, as is, if we look at it like the memory, deeply embedded within our emotional centers. In fact, the part of the brain that relates to emotions and the part of the brain that relates to smell, which is our primary driver of sensations, is the same part of the brain. Rather interesting. And that sense also happens to bypass the thalamus, which is in itself quite interesting. So the way the neurology works seems to protect the memory. And the will is then this abstract thing that flies high above us, like an eagle. And the eagle represents the will in the fact that once you've awakened, you now have the will to do things, because you now have the power. The power of empowerment only becomes actualized once we've awoken, because the process of empowerment leads to awakening, but they are like links in a chain. So, I mean, I don't know. To me, that's an interesting concept. As all three... Oh, sorry, Cosmic Brother. Sorry, Cosmic Brother. I didn't realize you were there. I was in that picture. So, like, to me, it's interesting. Like, that seems to reflect the enad. It seems to reflect the 3 principles. It seems to reflect the 7 principles of Hermes. And somehow, those 2 faculties of will and of memory are an interesting point of bridge. And I think that bridging point could, on one level, represent, you know, the power of the horse and the power of the eagle, but they're almost interchangeable, because it's the horse that is the mechanism of the will, but it is the eagle that provides the power of the will. And when it comes to memory, the memory is what gives the structure so that the horse can pull that thing. But on another level, it is also the source of our inspiration being given to us in the physical vehicle, because we remember what we've experienced in our deepest aspects, layers of our unconscious, and it brings it into consciousness. So what inspires you are the things that have been beautiful in your life. Is that not so? Is it not memories that inspire us?
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Seeds of inspiration.
Yeah, I think there's so much that we can gain by looking at these 3 principles. And what a concept. I've been thinking about snakes. Hey, man. Where's my phone? Donatello talk about a little bit Harello. I'm going to share a little bit with the fellow. So I've got this funky video that I made this morning of me. I met this lizard. Oh, he's so beautiful. And he let me put my hand right in front of his face. He wouldn't climb on my hand, though. Like quite a cool lizard. He's like this big. Yeah? And he's got like all these funky colors on him. And he let me put my hand right in front of his face. Like, it was like hoping he'll jump on, because you can't get too close and touch them, because they will freak out and run away. Yeah. And I'm telling you, like, these lizards are going to climb on my hand any day soon. I just don't have the time to make it happen. If you've got like a lot of time, you can slowly move your hand closer till you're actually touching his foot. And it's okay. But the pressure that you're moving onto his foot, the gradient's got to be so gentle that he doesn't feel you until you're touching his foot. And then he feels the warmth in your hand. He starts thinking, oh, there's warmth on my hand. What is that? And then he starts, well, I better go on this warm thing. And then they'll come and sit on you. Because it's very interesting how lizards and snakes are drawn to humans. Yeah? Like if you're sleeping in a place where there's snakes, they might want to come and sleep with you. And of course, we would freak out and be terrified because we're sleeping with a snake. But like they would see you as, I don't want to hurt you, you're going to keep me warm. Right? Like they don't actually have a qualm with us as long as we're not danger to them. So I think in nature, what a concept. In nature, snakes would be sleeping with humans. What do you think of that as a concept from a shamanic recesses, like before we were civilized, like we are?
Like to stay warm or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. I could
Like
see
if
it.
they're sleeping with underneath you or around you, then they'd be like charging up all of their energy so they can go hunting. And once they finish hunting, they can come back and stay warm, and their digestion can happen at a double rate.
And there'd be like mice around with all like the bones laying around and stuff, probably.
Exactly. So they would then protect us from our predators, because the snake's not going to eat our food, but the mice will. So there's this symbiosis we have with snakes that we don't realize because we're so programmed to be afraid.
People use black snakes here in the mountains like a lot. They say if you find one, you can sell it to people or give it to them as a gift. Keep mice out of their barn or something. I love that. But a lot of people usually just don't like snakes. But the ones that aren't venomous, not too much of a problem. Sometimes they're a solution. Plus, they're cute looking sometimes too. I saw one that had like patterns on its back. It was like, I don't know. I think it looks really, I think it was like, kind of looked like a cool looking Burmese python or something, but it was like out here in the mountains of North Carolina. But it just had different colors. It was like different shades of gray. It was pretty cool. But you can kind of tell they have a different shape of their head. But it was really a little one. Cutest thing ever. I got a video of it. I almost wondered what it'd be like if I had brought it home and made it my pet. Usually I could tell if they like come to me and they want me to bring me with them, then it's a sign.
Yeah, I think that's something quite interesting. You know, how disconnected we've become from nature, and how disconnected we've become from the idea of panpsychism. And I bet you Cosmic's going to run with this ball as well. You know, because we're so afraid of spiders and snakes and the wild and the darkness in the forest, what's crawling all over me when I'm sleeping on the forest floor. It's like been programmed into us since we were children. But when you're a child, it's not like that. I remember being in the forest as a child, and I was fascinated and intrigued, right? And it was only when I was convinced by adults that these things are dangerous, so I was like, oh, I should be scared. Oh, right. Don't play with that spider. It can bite you. Oh, it's going to bite me. Yeah, it's going to bite you. Oh, my gosh. I'm not going to play with that. You know, my son's mother has tried to brainwash him with this nonsense. I'm like, dude, seriously? Like, he picks up these scary looking spiders. He grabs it, picks it up. Look at this, Dad. I got this. Look what I found. I'm like, oh. But I'm like, okay. The spider's not hurting him. He's not hurting the spider. He picked up a big spider like that, which was black with all those pointy things in it, with a huge big bum. And I was like, that thing can bite. And part of me wanted to warn him. And I was like, no, I'm not going to warn him. And he picked it up. And I was like, he was playing with it. He was like, I was like, oh, hold on. Be more gentle. You don't want to hurt him. I was like, damn, I don't want him to hurt the spider, you know, because that thing can bite. My point is, his mother's always trying to tell him not to play with spiders. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe he should be playing with spiders, you know. I've told him to be careful with snakes. Some snakes don't want to be played with. I've told him if you see a scorpion, they are really lovely creatures, but they sometimes don't like being grabbed. You know what a scorpion's like? Give you one of those just for, you think you can mess me around? Because scorpions are really the personal power, man. Scorpions respect their, boundaries. I remember trying to catch scorpions. They're not like spiders. Like if there's a spider, it will just watch you. Wait for you. What are you going to do? I'm watching you. I'm here, I'm watching you, right? That's a spider's maneuver. Scorpion's maneuver is like, yeah, he's in range. No, not yet. Okay, jump. It's coming at you.
Oh my God.
Do you know how high a scorpion can jump?
No,
They can jump like crazy, man.
I didn't realize they jumped.
Yeah, man, they can jump. When they know that you're trying to catch them, they start jumping at you.
I've been around
I'm
them
like,
in the
holy crap! You're coming at me, dude. It's coming for me. And
Oh.
luckily, I'm quick. I can jump and I'm quick on my feet. So I'm like, get out of the way. Finally, get the jar. Boom, got him. Slide the paper under the jar. Boom, got him. Go and put him in the field. I used to deal with all the scorpions in the ashram in India and Rajasthan.
Do they
Most
like
of the
grab on
ashrams-
you and like climb up, or do they just kind of bounce off?
Sorry, what was that?
They like try to get their hooks in and then like jump off, or do they like try to climb up you after they jump on?
I was too quick. They never got close enough to me. But they jump at you. And when he jumps at me, I jump out of the way. Because like I've got pretty quick reflexes. So they never got to jump on me. But they jumped. They kept jumping at me. And if I hadn't, like when he jumped at me, I'd step out of the way. You know, like in martial arts, if someone attacks you, you slide back and you slide forward. So the moment he jumped, I moved. The moment he jumped there, I moved. So like he never got onto me. But he was, man, I bet you he was trying to get hold of me, and because his stinger was up. The
Yeah.
stinger's up there.
Oh
The
man.
stinger's up there. They're like this.
That's
They're
cool
dancing with
first,
a little
yeah.
thing on top of them, like this, and then they jump at you. And but yeah, a lot of fun scorpions. But when I was a kid, I handled scorpions, like the black ones. Those are the black ones are the big stings, man. Those are the ones at the business end of that sting, ouch thing. And they were my friends. But I wasn't trying to catch them and take them out. And I wasn't a little bit mindful of that sting. As an adult, I know like that thing can sting. Ouch, you gotta be careful, you know? So some part of me is afraid when I'm trying to catch him, because I know I'm messing with him. In nature, I wouldn't mess with him. I'd just let him go his way, and he wouldn't have a problem with me because I'm not trying to. But because he's in a girl's room in the ashram and she's like running out, she's scared. I got to go in and catch a scorpion so she can go back into her room, right? Like that kind of thing. Or somebody's in there, they're gonna kill this thing. They're gonna get someone to just smash it, and I'm like, no. I'll go and get this scorpion because I don't want him hurt. So, but anyway, it's interesting how we're brainwashed from when we're young.
You know what I think it is, Bush Whisperer? I think Hollywood is a huge part of why we're so afraid of animals. Like I watched like the streaming service called Tubi, and it has a lot of like, you know, older movies from like the 70s, a lot of like exploitation movies. One of the things I was watching recently, just like, you know, out of curiosity, is this old movie from the 1970s called Rattlers. It's like this horror movie about rattlesnakes where it's just like you just see it's. And the thing about these movies is that they always like over like dramatize like these. It's like they take these creatures and they make them out to be psychopaths. It's like you just have like this woman in their house. It's like these rattlesnakes are just coming in there like just to bite and kill her with like no other option. And you look at it now, like this is so silly, like how they are, you know, they portray animals being evil, like arachnophobia, where it's like all the spiders are like conspiring together to like, you know, kill Jeff Bridges or whatever. You're like, oh my God. You know, as an adult, you can look at back and know it's silly, but as a child, when you're watching that stuff, you think that's real and you think that's an accurate representation of nature. And so that's why you become like, where like, oh my God, I shouldn't like touch anything. And I think that's like a big part of like why, you know, people are so afraid of like creatures and animals, is because we've been trained to be afraid of them, like at a very early age. Now, it's one thing to be like, you know, you should teach, you know, a child that, you know, certain, you know, spiders are poisonous and that you should watch out for the stingers, the scorpions, stuff like that. But it's like, there's this idea that we have to kind of like over exaggerate the fear to really make sure that, you know, the kids don't, you know, mess with scorpions. But I think with that over exaggeration comes a price, you know. It's like, yeah, you're avoiding scorpions, but it's like now you're avoiding everything else too, you know. So I think movies are a big part. Like there's like, if you look at all these, like there's so many like horror movies where it's just based on like some kind of animal in nature that's going run amok and kill people. Look at Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds, like pretty much like an entire movie where there's seagulls and you know, pigeons. They just like attack people. It's for like seemingly no reason. They just all kind of there. And that's the image, that's the narrative we get of nature as this like overtly malevolent force that's trying to kill us, when in reality, it's a lot more neutral in its, disposition towards us. It really doesn't care about us one way or another, Like I remember when I was a kid, I was like, terrified of bees for the same reason, because I was thinking like, they're like bees are like these like psychopathic insects looking to intentionally sting you. And so you'd be like afraid of that, realizing like, no, they're just kind of like doing their own thing. And so, yeah, I think media is definitely like a big reason why this problem exists.
Yeah, I think you're so right. I think we've got Hollywood to blame for a lot of the brainwashing. Relationships, love, animals. Yeah, Indie brother, you have something to say.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was thinking like, they usually show these predator animals like attacking in the movies. They don't really see a time where they just kind of there like, oh, that's a so and so, like we're just walking by it. But sometimes, usually, if they do that, the people like will kill it. Like, oh, that's a poisonous spider, like, or a snake. They'll like chop off its head or something. So we're usually taught to fear it, whether like we're brave enough to like attack it or we have to run from it. But rarely do they ever show a situation where you just respect the animal's space and moved like off the trail or something, go around it or something like that. You don't really see much of that kind of thing. So when there's people around an animal like that and they've been taught to attack it or something, and you're in a group, that's not necessarily a safe space either. So it becomes bad training. But people that are intuitive or more nature minded will be able to have better intuition and stuff on this and be able to guide a group, hopefully.
Yeah, man. It breaks my heart. Like, I noticed there's a propaganda about making us be afraid of killer whales. There's all this Google nonsense about killer whales attacking people, and I'm like, come on, man. We have killer whales here all the time in my bay. And I would feel comfortable. I would swim out when the killer whales are here. I wouldn't swim out when they're not here.
They're like dolphins.
They're like
porpoise. They're like a large porpoise.
Yeah, like we've got sharks here. I wouldn't just swim out into the bay when there's no killer whales. But if the killer whales are here, I know the sharks are history, bro. They're not coming near me because the killer whale's not going to have the sharks allowed. They could sense the sharks from a distance. And the first thing they do when they see a shark, they go, ooh, shark liver. They love shark liver. So the sharks know, like, oh, shark liver. Stay away. So the sharks know their place when the killer whale's around. But they want us to be afraid because apparently some killer whales have attacked the boats, right? And but there's a reason the killer whales are attacking the boats, because the places where the killer whales are attacking the boats is because there's like so many boats the poor killer whales don't get to eat. All these boat motors, like there's never a time in the Black Sea, in certain parts of it, where there's just not a consistent flow of traffic, right? Of boat. So the fish are being chased by the motors. And so the killer whales they just want to break. Like, can you guys just bloody shut down your motors just for 10 minutes so we can get something to eat, please? So you can see why. Oh, and then of course they're very clever now. They've noticed, oh, these humans are catching these big fish. Let's wait until they reel them in for us. Just before they get to the boat, we'll eat it.
Rip the nets.
And then the humans now interact with the killer whales. They try and chase them off. See? We probably don't hear about how they're dropping little depth charges to irritate the killer whales and make them go away.
Yeah.
Firecrackers under the water, whatever, Yeah. They would be doing that. Think about it.
Did you ever see the movie Orca?
No.
It's like Jaws.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Like
That's
Jaws.
like the 70s.
A killer whale filmed like Jaws. That's just
it's
ridiculous,
like Roy Orbison
man.
from the 70s, like right after Jaws came out or before. And it's like this terrorizing killer whale that's like super pissed and like tearing up the boat, trying to get him. Like tearing up the docks and stuff. Like, oh man. Haunts this guy.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Craziness. I swam with killer whales.
Yeah.
And You know, I really didn't at any point feel threatened by them.
Mm-mm.
I just got scared when they go up in the air because they're big. They're like a bus, man.
Yeah.
When that
It's
thing
not-
hits the ground, the water, you don't realize how big they are until they come out of the water, and you go, holy crap, that's like tons. If that thing falls on me, I'm dead. Like, and I'm out here in the sea. Like, there's nowhere to swim. There's no boat. There's nothing. I'm far away from the land. I gotta be able to stay awake and conscious so I don't float off into, you know. But I never felt threatened by them at all, even though I was following them and I was trying to get as close to them as possible. I wanted to go and like hang out with them, but they didn't. They didn't like. They moved pretty damn fast.
Yeah.
They slowed down for a bit and let me get close to them. But then, when you get so close to them, they were like going up. I think they were hunting.
Yeah. Been up and down.
They
Checking
probably
you.
they were like, no mate, we're busy getting our lunch, mate. It's lunchtime, bro. Bugger off.
That's funny. I wonder if
But
they
yeah.
were like friends to the giants, maybe at sea or something. I could see that them looking after us, because the dolphins they were with humans for a long time. They can help us give birth at sea and stuff. It's amazing. Strong connection with those ones. And killer whales are a large porpoise. Just have a shorter nose than a dolphin.
They're
They're in
basically a dolphin.
Yeah.
I think they're technically a dolphin.
Yep. They
They're
are
just huge, like
different colors.
5 tons of dolphin.
Yeah.
It's a 5
There's
ton
different
dolphin.
There's different colors of dolphins. There's like these white dolphins at sea. Then you got like your freshwater dolphins. A lot of those are white. So you don't get too much sun in those
I
cloudy
learned
rivers.
something from my 8-year-old son a little while ago,
What's that?
that cold water dolphins have long fin. Cold water whales have long finned whales. The short fin dolphins and whales are from the warmer currents.
Interesting.
Fascinating. I was like, dang, boy. You've been nailing David Attenborough. High five on that one. Someone's been paying attention. So, yeah, he was teaching me about how in the warmer waters, the short-finned whales are coming. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. We've got short-finned whales coming here. And he said, we have? I said, this Indian Ocean is a warm ocean. He said, oh, so these are... So the pilot whale, he was explaining to me that the pilot whale has 2 different kinds of pilot whale. That there's a short-finned pilot whale and a long-finned pilot whale. And the long-finned pilot whale is in the cold ocean. And I was like, well, that's the other side of the coast. That's the Atlantic. We've got the short-finned ones. So he was all excited to go, so all of the ones that come here are short-finned. I said, well, I guess so, because we've got pretty warm water here. You know, you got to travel like 5-6 miles to the other side of the coast to get to the cold water, the Atlantic. So, well, that's as the crow. That's as the crow flies. Probably you got to drive about 7-8 miles, you know. But anyway, yeah, it's interesting how Hollywood has played its role in making us fear each other, in making us fear nature, in making us, oh, well, it's so boring to be married. Live fast, die young, have a good looking corpse. Yeah? And clubbing is so cool, right? So much of our modern society has been dictated by Hollywood to the point where it's vomit worthy. And you know, I think like it's a real significant problem when it comes to empowerment, awakening, and transformation. Namaste, Turjurka. How are you? Hope you're well. Back in Ireland, I hope you're smiling. You guys must have long-finned whales and long-finned dolphins out that neck of the woods, right? I'm guessing. But yeah, Cosmic, I think you really dropped the hammer on that when you point out that Hollywood is behind. And when we look at what Hollywood is using inspiration to force transformation towards disempowerment. Would you say that's a good description of what Hollywood is?
Hollywood is hollow wood. You know, it's all about images and perceptions and smoke and mirrors, and you know, it's amazing like how much more fiction a lot of movies are than you realize. Like even like for more like mundane things, like a court scene in a movie. Like you'd think like a court scene in like a film would be an accurate representation of reality, but then it's like you realize in real life, like, no, they don't do any of that stuff in courts. It's not like the movies at all. You know, it's like it's completely different, you know, and it's amazing how much we start to think what we see on the screen is actually an accurate reflection of reality. It's just basically a very literal Plato's cave sort of analogy that's you know, taking place here. And we're so used to the sort of the spectacle of, you know, images and sights and the zeitgeist that goes around us, you know. Yeah, that's what I'd say on that.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think this is a serious hurdle. Entertainment. I think entertainment is something that we've taken on board instead of growth. And I know Mexico, because Mexico comes from Steiner schools, right? And you'll find that like the people who come from Steiner schools tend to be very good at entertaining themselves with arts and crafts. And it's something we don't do enough of in the modern age. Yeah? Like, what are you going to do tonight? Well, I'm going to paint. Or I'm going to write a song. I'm going to play music. Or I'm going to make something, you know, with my hands. Or even if it's, you know, digital art. We've been sort of so schooled into receiving entertainment rather than creating entertainment. And I think the whole process of creating entertainment is using our power to find and express inspiration for the purpose of transformation. Would you say that that's an accurate description of arts and crafts?
I guess so. Seems to
Using
jive.
one's power for bringing and expressing inspiration in order to engender transformation. We see we've got those three principles. They seem to like be in there, and so Hollywood is the opposite. Hollywood is providing you with inspiration at the expense of your power, right? In order to transform you. So you become a vegetable, just sit there and veg, not using your own will or your own potential power to do or think or anything, and it just programs you using inspiration to just program you. And so it's like a spell. And so those, I think we've sort of nailed magic here. What do you think about that? Like when we talk about empowerment, awakening, and transformation, is that not really what magic is? Using these three principles?
I guess to a certain extent, depending on how you define magic.
I mean, I define magic as the ability to alter consciousness at will.
Right. Yeah,
Like
I'd say so.
if we're altering consciousness, we can alter. I mean, if we believe the panpsychism idea, right, we can change the world when we change consciousness. If we shift the energetic field of consciousness, shall we say? So I think it's a very interesting. A very interesting dynamic when we look at what entertainment has become. And then, of course, social networking is yet another thing. It's keeping us away from this. And, you know, so we're getting trapped in this NPC reality of worlds. And the tools that we need in order to find that broadening sphere of awareness that can induce awakening through transformation is removed from us because we're entertained, we're led up the garden path. And the more we're led up the garden path, the more we become disconnected from ourselves, the more we sort of lose touch with what's sort of fundamentally real and fundamentally important, because we start to disconnect, we start to run away from our own sort of natural intuitive potential towards understanding what's going on around us, because we're becoming so jaded by the programming that we receive from all the different digital medias that passes for entertainment these days. And I think that a big part of the process of awakening and finding the empowerment that moves towards a transformation of awakening has got a lot to do with breaking away from digital entertainment. I think it's sort of like a fundamental key. And how much of repression of our shadow selves has got to do with digital entertainment? What do you think? And being who we want to be in social networking, instead of just me being me, I get to be whoever I want to be in a social networking context, right? Doesn't that enforce the suppression of certain shadow impulses?
Yeah, I think when we used to have more arts and crafts and stuff, it was more hands-on. People had stuff to hold on to. But now with the digital stuff, people may be able to create things. Maybe they put it in some photos folder or something, kind of gets lost in the shuffle. I don't think people really necessarily like print things out that they would make online or whatnot. But there is an aspect of like people can learn how to do arts and crafts a lot easier now by watching like how-to videos and stuff, which is cool. Although I don't really think people necessarily do arts and crafts as much anymore. And I think people are more involved in video games and digital media, more gaming stuff. So I feel like when you're doing any of that, like you don't have anything to show for really necessarily, except for your like stats on your game performance and your like stories or your like status or level where you're at in some game, or the stories of your battles. Sometimes, you know, people like market their little videos of them playing and make money off of that stuff and everything. But you know, I feel like that kind of takes away from them being able to create anything of their own and think creatively. There may be exceptions to this, and sometimes these certain games can facilitate creativity, but at the same time, like I said, you don't really have anything to show for it at the end of the day to hold on to. And I think having things in your realm, like in your personal space, can more stimulate that creativity. When you see something you made, oh, I want to make some more of those, or somebody sees some of those. How'd you make that? Can I have one? So I feel like it's a different world when you're working in a digital world and when you're actually doing things hand on. And I like to be able to do stuff where you can just find things in nature and get like a glue gun and put it together or something, and it doesn't really cost much. But a lot of people like to go out and get those resins and stuff and make cool resin stuff, make little crystal pyramids. You see a lot of that more in like the spiritual community and like the underground music circles and stuff.
Yeah, that's interesting. When I think about creativity, I think that creativity involves transformation. We are transforming the materials that we have available to us into something that we desire, right? So it's all about transformation. It's essentially the body of the spirit of the serpent, of the snake. But in order for the creative impulse to come into play, the body of the serpent, or the serpent's spirit of the serpent, needs to be tempered by the inspiration of the eagle. And this inspiration of the eagle is that which can see beyond where we're at now. Inspiration of the eagle is to see, well, I've got all these colors here. When the inspiration of the eagle flies out and goes, yeah, but what about, can't you create that with these colors? And then the spirit of the horse says, I am empowered to do that. I'm going to do it. I'm going to try. Okay. So the spirit of the horse is about trying, not being afraid of losing, not being afraid of failing. I'm going to do this. It's a horse. It's going to gallop no matter what. I'm going to run through this. And that spirit of the eagle then gives us the insight to be able to see beyond what we've got, what we would envision, inspires us. What inspires us to create something inspiring? That's the vision of the eagle. And then right in the hub of the heart of all of this is that transformation of the spirit of the serpent. So all arts could be seeing as, suddenly it makes a lot of sense why all the spiritual cults were so obsessed with serpents, doesn't it?
Does.
When we really start to look at what the serpent represents, it represents like, wow, it's really the core of everything.
Yeah, they're really integral with a lot of things. Like, their adversaries are not only their predators, they also have like a danger to them. So their adversaries are also like pretty much everything bigger than them. And then they have a lot of different prey animals that they work with, and their prey animals go down the line to all the everything else. So they really are like the center of everything. It's amazing. And they're transformative too, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's fundamental. You know, like we think of the serpent like the letter S, right? And it's like I was showing my son this morning when we were walking down the path. We've got a lot of puff adders on this mountain behind us here, by the way. And so I'm always telling my son, eyes on snakes. It's the thing that I say to him while we're walking down the mountain, right? And to me, it's like an important thing to say to him, because we've got the this potential fairly dangerous kind of a snake, right? For those of you that don't know, if a puff adder bites you, your arm puffs up to like that big, or your leg puffs up to like that big. It causes all the tissue to tear, all the ligaments to tear, all the muscles to tear, all the nerves to become damaged, and all the blood vessels and arteries to pop. Just to give you an idea of like puff adders, like it's a very painful bite. Okay. And like it's so I'd rather be bitten by a cobra, honestly, or a mamba. So I'm always saying to my little boy, like, eyes on snakes, because there's a lot of puff adders on this mountain here. It's one of the reasons his mother used to try and stop me from taking him on the mountain. And I was like, no. Like, you know, have a bit of faith. Have a bit of, like, we lived in nature in the past. I want him to be awake. I want him to learn. So I'm always saying to him, eyes on snakes. And I was talking to him this very morning about this. I was saying to him, look, don't just look for snakes laying on the path. Look on the side of the path for S's. Long drawn out S's. He was like, oh, the snake tracks. I'm like, yeah. He was like, oh, that's cool. I can become a tracker. I'm like, yeah, you can be a tracker. Because sometimes there'll be snake tracks next to the path, and they might be lying right next to the path, and you might give them a fright by stamping, especially if sometimes he goes down really fast, and I don't like him running down the mountain too fast, because I'm like, if you accidentally step on a snake, it will bite you. That's the reality, you know. But if you're standing still and it goes over your foot, it will not bite you. If you're laying on the ground and it comes to nuzzle next to you, it will not bite you. If you're sitting down and it comes over your lap, it will not bite you. But if you step on it, it will. So I want him to be aware of the danger, but not afraid of the animal, if that makes sense. And he's like, oh, you don't have to be worried about me being scared of snakes, Dad. I'm not scared of them at all, because he's seen me catch like little cobras and stuff. And but it's interesting, you know, that letter S, like I was explaining to him, like the S alpha block, F alphabet block letter, that letter is the snake movement. So the snake moves with an S. Now, is it the letter T or F? I think it's the letter T. Darn, man. Which is the letter that was written instead of an S in older English? Can you remember?
The T, was it like a lowercase t?
Yeah. Older English. I just need to see which letter it was. I think it's a. Yes. So F's were used in place of S. I don't know if you're aware of that.
F. Okay.
Yeah, F. So if you read older English, like I was reminded of this because I sent a manuscript to Mexico the other day, because Mexico's she's a healer. She works with healing modalities, you know, and like herbs and plants are quite close to that, right? Kinesiology is one form of healing, but like if you're going to be open to all different things, then herbs are important. And so there's this most fundamental herbal writer from the 1600s, 1700s, that basically compiled most of the lists of herbal plants, 350 of them or whatever, and what their main healing agents were for those plants. And it's like a very old piece of writings from the 1600s. So I sent that to her as if to say, like there's the original. All these other books on herbology that we get, they were written, copied on that, and they were all copied from this guy, basically. And this is like the father figure of pharmaceuticals as we know it. If you'd like, I'll post that book in my group. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll put the group. I'll put it on my channel, and it will pop up in the group. And it's like a cool book because they describes all the plants and the images. They describe the hand drawn pictures, but then a description of the texture of the plant and like the difference of the fleshiness of the leaves and different versions of that plant. It's quite interesting the way it's written. But you'll notice the F's and the S's are all changed. And this is like typical from the 1600s, 17th century. This was normal. So that's got quite interesting, like the letter F. That's the number 6. So the number 6 and the number 9 were changed around. Don't you find that interesting? S and F. So yeah, the spirit of the snake is the S, but like they've made us afraid of snakes and they've changed certain letters around. And by they I mean the people that managed our education systems, because this didn't happen by accident. We didn't just suddenly decide to stop using the letter F and start using the letter S to make that sound, did we? But the letter S does reflect the movement of the snake. Isn't that interesting? But if you look at the letter F, what does the F imply? The F implies one junction and another junction, right? Like you got two possible movements. Does that make sense? Like, so what does the F ruin come from? What's the ruin? Ruin that looks like F. So we're looking at Fehu, right? And so this represents prosperity, abundance, wealth, fulfillment. Yeah? So that's where the letter F comes from, which used to be the sound S. And the letter S, I think, might have a more silent implication because the snakes move silently. It slithers through the grass. I don't know, it's very interesting to look at language from this perspective. And now what represents wealth and abundance and all of these things is the double I with the S dollar sign. You see? So they've hijacked the meaning of that rune and put the S in there. It's just very interesting to consider that for those of you that work with the Germanic ancestry, with the Proto-Germanic word fehu, which means livestock, right? And wealth like it does in Africa to this day, where livestock represents wealth, which is why if you want to get married, you gotta give the father of your bride a whole lot of cattle, man. Still to this day in South Africa, it's a done thing, by the way. Weird as that is. So maybe not cattle. Maybe now they use dollar signs. You know, you gotta like pay the father of your wife to be able to get married. Still a thing in Africa, South Africa to this day. So, it's very interesting when we look at this and looking at the power of the serpent and looking at the way that they've created the shroud around the serpent so that we don't understand what serpent means. We've been taught to believe that serpent means lies, haven't we? Deception.
Yeah.
Like how is that serpent meaning lies and deception? Like, you see what I'm getting at? Like,
Yeah.
maybe the spirit of the fox, right? Clever, guily, like I'm gonna trick you. Spirit of the fox. Like, there's a certain deceptive element. Do you know what the fox does? So if the fox's babies are over there, the fox will go around in a big circle and will approach you from this direction and try and sort of lead you off to that way to make you think their babies are over there.
Slick. You know what else
Very
they do?
clever.
They do the weasel dance. Have you ever seen that?
What does it look like?
Oh my goodness, you'll love it. Everybody should watch the weasel dance. It is hysterical. Okay, so the foxes, they pretend like they're having a seizure or something. They're kind of bouncing around, looking like they're losing control. And they do this strange dance where they like look like they're kind of dying or they're seizing up or they don't know what they're doing. And everything looks at him and is like mesmerized and it falls into a trance and is like, what is that? What's happening right now? And they just jump up and grab their prey and go because it kind of puts the weasels in a trance. They pull a fast one on them. It's pretty slick.
So the foxes are using shamanic techniques to hunt.
Yeah.
They're putting their prey in a trance. Isn't
Very
that
fancy.
interesting, huh?
It's fun to watch. Quite entertaining.
Wow.
Yeah. Well,
And
also,
yeah, carry on.
as far as the snake and the letters, I know that the letter nun came from the symbol of a snake or a serpent, sometimes associated with a fish, but it was a different shape of a snake, kind of going like. And then we now associate snake with the S, but shin did have association with tooth. But would you say like a snake fang could be associated with shin tooth?
I think that's what they did.
Right?
Yeah.
And so it's kind of a mixing up of things. But I see what you're saying about like the S shape of how the snake moves as well. So, but if you turn that on its side, it's kind of like a sideways N.
That is interesting. You know,
Okay.
it's like Aquarius. Sign of Aquarius has got two of them.
Yeah.
Maybe moving opposite direction. Like,
That's like mem though, right? On Aquarius.
well, that
But they look
mine
similar.
does represent the water in that's being moved.
Mm-hmm.
And Nun does represent, you know, a transformative potential, and the fish does represent the new life which is beneath the ocean. So life and death and all these concepts are bound in the concept of Nun, which is what the serpent represents. So it's interesting how we see that, like, you know, a lot of these cultural sways of language and sways of meaning and interpretation. Seems like it's fascinating the way it would. What was that, Turd Joker? Fox Weasel Dance is a good name for a band.
It is.
Ooh, well done. Mexico nailed it. Mexico nailed it. Look at that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't that an F on the ground standing up?
It's just like a F. It's like a E and a F.
But it's like almost like there's the ground, and
Yeah.
it's like an F that's rooted into the ground.
It is. That's the pound sign, right?
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. So yeah, I mean we've been going for 4 hours. I thought like if we could start rounding it off, we'll try and get these shows to do 4 hour sessions if we can.
Yes. I like that.
Because it does make it easier on the viewers. But what have we not covered? What else is there we need to look at? Do you guys think?
Oh, I just wanted to draw some connections between what you were talking about earlier, where you had mentioned that some people see everything as having a spirit. Now, remind me who that was. They see everything as having a spirit, inanimate, inanimate.
Well, the idea of panpsychism.
Panpsychism, right?
For animism, that's also, I think animism. That's how it's also described.
I think there was something else as well, but in Shintoism in Japan, they've had the ancient belief that all things have a spirit. So, and that's like all things that you could consider like a rock or whatever. So, I think that's a beautiful philosophy, but there's a lot of connection with that in panpsychism, where everything's got a spirit.
Yeah, I'm thinking of like I don't know what this is called, but I see it a lot in certain video games that kind of like represent kind of like ancient Japanese culture, but they'll always have an enemy that's like a lampshade with like an eyeball on it or something like that. But I always think like when they talk about the idea of everything having a spirit, they even go as so far to say like inanimate objects like lamps and tables and couches, they have their own kind of soul and spirit to them.
Yeah, I love that. And then also with the idea of connecting things of three, like the shamanic number of three, the three aspects of shamanism, with the three aspects of the Kabbalah, is also like the three aspects of the Taoist system with Jing, Qi, and Shen. But also, when you break things down, like in the 007 chart that Franklin's made, you have a set of three, and then one in the center, and then another set of three, and together there's three aspects there: the upper, the central, and the lower. And so there's like three sets of three involved there out of seven. So 7 reduces to 3, and also the 7 can also upcycle to 9 because it's 3 sets of 3. And then that one aspect that's extra makes a full cycle to 10 to the next level.
Yeah, that's very interesting when we start to bridge the gap between 3, 7, 9, and 10. Like, to me that's really going into something quite profoundly deep, because the 3, the 7, and the 9 are obviously fundamental, and then we've got the 2, the 4, the 6, and the 8. And what works with the 3, the 7, and the 9 is 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unity, and then you got polarity, and then you got the polarity unified in 3, and then you got the unity equilibrated in 4, which is 2 sets of 2, and then you've got the equilibrated unity that's polarized in a dynamic polarity of 4, that is brought together in the unifying principle of 5. And the unifying principle of 5 is then brought into opposition of the 2 triads moving in opposite directions, the 6-red star, the 2 opposing forces of 3 in 6. And then we've got the 2 opposing forces of 6 that is brought together in a dynamic state of unity, representing the reflection of ascension and descension of the 2 triangles in a state of 7, which becomes highly personal, as bringing together the macrocosm and the microcosm. And then the 7 becomes once again polarized into expressing the dynamic polarity of 4 as being opposed to the dynamic polarity of 4 on the macrocosm, from the dynamic polarity of 4 in the microcosm, through the personal context of sitting as the piggy in the middle of 7, as a reflection of those two dynamic forces of ascension and of rising force and falling force of Idam Pingala, represented by 6. And so then that 8 then becomes a completed set of unifying principles in 9, whereby it completes the two dynamic polarities of 44 in 8 to become a dynamic unified structure of unity in 9 that also holds the 3 in a threefold structure, representing that within 3 there is 1 as unity of 3, and all 3 aspects of 3 are reflected in the unity of 1 held in 9. And then this 9 is the same as 1. That's very interesting. There doesn't seem to be a jump or a change between 9 and 1. 1 just seems to be 9. So essentially there are only 8 numbers. How's that for a concept? Does that sit with you when you think about it? Like 1 and 9 are essentially the same, but they just looked at from two different perspectives. 1 is complete in its unity as being distinct, but 9 is complete in its unity as being contextual.
Yeah, absolutely. They're both right next to the 0 as well. So they're like they're
And when you put them together, 1 and 9, you get the number of the sun, 19.
And this is sometimes represented as the eagle.
Yes.
Yep. Or the lion.
And you know, then when we look at that and we go into like a slightly deeper analysis of that, we go like, okay, so potassium. And potassium is the 19th element, which is basically what's in ash, right? Potash is potassium that you feed plants. And potassium is the most fundamental nutrient required for producing mass, is it not? In plants. Like if you want to flower your plants, you want to flower nature, the flowering cycles are governed by potassium. And the growth vegetative cycles are governed by what's the green one? Why can't I think now? Nitrogen.
Nitrogen.
So nitrogen is the producing mass, but the producing fruit of maturity is potassium. So the plants need nitrogen when they're young and potassium when they get older. Isn't that interesting? Okay. So the crystallization and procreation leads to the requirements of potassium, which is the sun, 19. So there's just lots of interesting little, you know, things to look at then when we get right down to that.
So the potassium is for flowering?
Yes, yes.
Cool. That's awesome.
And namaste, Anna. How are you doing? I hope you're well. We're just about ending off the show today. We've come a full circle. We've hit the 4-hour mark. We're going to try and get these shows to be as close to 4 hours as possible. I've got a little more than 4 hours recording time to play with. So if there are more ideas that you guys want to throw on the table, we are here. But I do think it's interesting when we look at the way these numbers expand and the way they sort of reflect this transformative spirit of the serpent through all the numerations. And it seems that on one side, right, we've got all the odd numbers, and on one side we've got all the even numbers, and on the side of the evil numbers we've got 2, 4, 6, and 8, And on the odd numbers, we've got 3, 6, 9, right? And when we start looking at that, like it starts to give us potentials are bound in the one side and the evens. So the even, eben, even, it's got to do with the ebb and flow, the potential current, the potential energy, the ebb and the flow, because the B and the V will be interchangeable in the old language. So eben, even, same word. If you want to take it, run with the etymology of it. So we're talking about the potentials of 2, and then the dynamic potential of 2 in 4, and the trinamic potential of 2 in 6, right? Because now we've got 2 potentials of triangles. So we've got 3 multiplied by 2 to make us 6. It's a trinamic duality, a potential reflected in 6. And in 8, we've got a of 4 cycles of 2, or 2 cycles of 4. So now we've got a dualistic potential of that dynamic duality of the yang yin, which is the yin within the yang and the yang within the yin, right? And then these put together to create the yang within the yin, with the yin within the yang, and the yin within the yang within the yang within the yin. Just try not to be too confusing here, but you got to visualize it in your mind's eye. It might make it easier. So that's like a dynamic polarity being expressed as 4. And then we've got 44, which is 8, which represents going within that yet again. So it's interesting when we look at these numbers. And so where does the eagle sit within these numerations? And where does the horse sit within these numerations? What do you think? Like, we've got the even numbers and we've got the odd numbers. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I feel like that the eagle would probably be associated with the oneness.
The
being
egalitarian.
Trying to keep everything equal between everything, and shared, like the sun is shared equally amongst all of the planet, all of the world. So the eagle is the sun, and the eagle is the awakening, and the connection to the divine.
Individuality.
Yeah, and it represents strength, freedom, and courage. So that freedom is generated by the courage and the strength behind it, and the connection to the divine. I feel like that's like the odd numbers and the ones. They all have a center. Whereas like the even numbers would be like the horse, whereas the horse represents like endurance and power and freedom with like a sense of adventure. And so that's like, you're going to be on both sides of extremes with even numbers. There's no center. You're going to go flip-flopping back and forth besides one side and the other with those kind of numbers. And the horse is always on the move. It's always going back and forth and moving around on adventures across the countryside. And it's got that strength that carries it through. It's got that freedom. It's like the strength. The freedom is like the strong principle of the horse, because it's so large and in charge. It's free. It doesn't really have to worry. It's like the top of its game, and it's to be feared. You have to respect the horse. They're mighty. They're very big. I kind of feel like horses are like one of the last like really giant animals. There's still those really huge horses around, those Clydesdales. But the bulls, there used to be these giant aurochs. They're not around anymore. But some of those huge horses are really, really astoundingly massive creatures. And even a small horse is very strong, much stronger than people. So must be respected.
They definitely represent stamina, don't they?
They do. Yeah, that endurance of a stag or a horse to be able to continue on, especially like when a predator is kind of charging at it. They have those quick spurts. With the endurance of a stag or a horse to be able to just continue on steadily, even going up the mountain. That's what keeps it safe.
Where are you going?
Well, and Cosmic, do you have any things you want to add? And for those of you that have missed the show, it will be
Not
here on the
really.
recording.
I think we covered everything pretty much.
Well, I'm going to say it's been an honor with you guys. It's been great. 414 and 14 seconds when I said that. Voila! 41414. 41414. Isn't that interesting? It's a 4, then a 1, then a 4, then a 1, then a 4. So it's 3 times 4 is 12, plus 3 is 15, brings us back to the number 6. But 6 is born of 3 4s and 2 1s. It's not quite interesting.
All
About
for one
the way
and one
these
for all.
yeah, all for one and one for all. That's beautiful, brother.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all as well. It's been an honor with Cosmic and with you, Indy, and with Stein, even though he wasn't here for that long. He had to go and check out his channel as well. It's very cool. And sending you all love in the chats. I hope you got what you came for. Hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, this show is here recorded. If you missed the show, you can just watch it in retrospect. It's not going anywhere. And share it on your social networking channels and let people know about it if you think this conversation is cool. I think like it's a good conversation for people to be having. It's all over the shop. It's a round table, you know. It's a round conversation. Oh, that little cutie. Otherwise, sending you all big love, big blessings, peace, honor, love, and respect. Keep the smiles on your face. Keep it sweet. And don't forget that life is short. So we are here to express the empowerment that comes to us while in the midst of transformation. Awakening is driving us towards awakening through the expression of the empowerment and the self expression of power, which is the heart and the soul of the serpent, as she drives us towards that deeper recognition of the aspects of ourselves that we've forgotten, because we're living in this world of sleepy slumber, and awakening is inevitable.
That's it.
Big love to you all. Big love to you three brothers, Cosmic, Indy. Take care. Everybody be well. Much
Take it
love.
easy, guys. Great
Much
conversation as always. Love it. Thank you.
Thanks,
Om
everybody.
Shanti.
Shanti.
Namo Narayana.